Namaskar, good morning, good day to everybody. This is Suraj speaking from NCR Bharat, Faridabad, India. This is July 1st, 2020, first day of July. Sum of this month is 27, year 20 plus month 7, better than 26, of course, slow and sluggish, maybe second month. And my talk regarding, as usual, to my friends all over the world, connection with various topics of current COVID-19, followed by engineering management, followed by specifications, followed by contracts, and like that, whatever comes in my talk. No pre-design, no pre-script, nothing. Just as usual, for support of my friends, for support of community of engineering, for support of everybody who wants to draw support. It's very boring, of course, very boring talk, but very important talk. Boring in a sense, it's no story, no poem, no fancy, no, there's nothing that can be pleasing in this, that can be amusing with this. It's a very different type of talk, and we start, as we say, as usual, starting with COVID-19. COVID-19, a reformer of earth, a reformer to humanity, a reformer with power of God, to cleanse this earth of all bads. A reformer that thinks that humanity should change, a reformer sent by God. Whatever you may say, but actually, whatever happens, that happens with permission of God. So it may be virus or no virus, that is different. That's medical, science or something, they have to think. But as far as human I am concerned, I think this is a reforming activity, reforming exercise, reforming phenomenon, reforming program of God to clear dirt of earth, dirt of those who are bad humans, and dirt of those who spoiled earth. My understanding is like that. You may call it orthodoxism, or you may call whatever you wish to call it, does not make a difference to me. COVID-19 has been working very well. It has penetrated into every country. It has left none unattended. It cares for everybody. It cares as a mentor, it cares as a tutor, it cares as a monitor. It cares for every country. And that's what beauty of this control is, I should say now. It is world control actually. This is supernatural control. I can say that because until it is understood by humanity in clear terms, we cannot say that scientifically it's understood. It's more than 8 months and maybe more. I think this has been from maybe for a couple of years we could not understand that. Might be a couple of years past. It was very minor, or it did not reveal its identity to an extent it has shown now. So, what I should say that COVID-19 is cleansing whole world. It's cleansing humanity, bodies and souls. It's cleansing everything. People are not understanding that point. They are considering it's only disease. They are considering only disease which is one-sided but ended. We should take both ends. We should understand, after all, when there is a disease, there is something wrong. So that's why disease appears. Disease comes when you are either weak or you do something wrong which you should not do. Disease comes when you are not natural. Disease comes when you don't keep balance of your mind and body. Disease comes when you don't take care of environment, don't care of your food, don't care of something like that. So that may be called disease, which generates further more and more diseases and accumulates to some more diseases. So I think this is not that. This is a straight away command saying, gentle human on earth, come to tracks what God desires, what God lusts, and if you don't come to track, it's just an alert because death rate is very small. Death rate, if you compare reality that what news are coming in, I don't accept those news, whatever coming from whatever corner of world, how many cases have happened. This is all, about, you can say, 1/10 news. If they say that more than 10 million people have been affected, or you can say 1 crore people have been affected, I won't accept that. I would say that around 5 to 10 crores people in our whole world have been affected. That's fact. And if you take 5 crores to 10 crores, then you can say it's not even what you consider 0.5 to 1% death rate. So I think it's negligible. 0.5 to 1% when we consider in sciences, in engineering, in calculations, it is less than 1% or around 1%. It's not considered very much. So this disease is not threatening, in fact. To be very friendly statement saying that COVID-19 has not turned so deadly till now. We can't say that it is deadly disease or is deadly attack. Still, it's just normal alerting attack, you can say. So many people die otherwise as well. If you take those who have diabetes or hypertension, who are always all other kind of blood pressure, or you can say cancer or heart attack, they always die, sometimes us. And you see there are many countries these days, whole Gulf countries, shake them, countries, America, all these rich people, rich or not rich, English people, whoever these days enjoy life in a comfortable manner. They don't want to burn their blood. They don't do hard work. They are having mechanized system of life. They are having a life where comfort is more important than hard work. There is life where money collection is more important than service of humanity. That lifestyle nowadays is called luxurious life, or you can say comfortable life. People don't want to have strain in their lives. They are very different people. They have chains. They trust happiness. They trust pleasure. So COVID-19 has come to tell them, don't do this. This is not your. You do something with nature. You stay with nature. Upgrade your health. Change your eating habits. I think it's a understood message like that. COVID-19 so far is not deadly, to be very frank. Again, I'm saying it's not deadly. 0.5 to 0.1% deaths is very nominal. It happens otherwise as well, and therefore, I'm not happy with what people think. And moreover, its roots are not known, and until roots are not known, you can't say what this disease is. Now WHO is sending, World Health Organization sending delegation to China with many countries representatives in that who will investigate what happened, whatever. There is no secret China is keeping. So I think soon WHO representatives shall investigate what happened in China, and if it really happened from there, I don't understand, I don't even think, I'm not sure that something concrete to come out from there. Because if something had to come from there, by now it had come, but there exists nothing at all, which I understand. Or let us see what happens, the consequences are of this, what results tell, time shall tell. But otherwise I would say, our youth all over the world, it's not our country alone. I'm talking about all youth, including English youth, including Spanish youth, including, you can say, US and everywhere, all over here, youth are energetic. They think they want to enjoy life, they want to do everything, whatever they intend to do. Everything is, remember, it's not possible in life. Youth are energetic, they should use their energy in good acts, not in just going to beach and crowding beach, and this is ill foolishness, I can say. Those youth are only interested in crowds, they are not interested in seriousness. They have changed philosophy of work, they have changed concept of world, what actually youth are forward. Youth energy must be used for development in this country. Youth energy must be used for everything. Just like our youth who are not very well educated, they are hard workers, they are very hard working people. Our working class in Bharat, at least, you can say that's about 20 to 25%. Those people who work on industries or construction who are not very well educated, don't have degrees, but they have degrees of working. They have graduations of working, which is much more higher than MA or BA or some other fields. I respect those people who work for nation. They are those paid very less, but they work for nation. This is what is required. They are very healthy people. They do not like others. I have seen some I known who got virus this time, and I will have a lot of discussion with them. I ultimately find that it's question of immunity that is important. Means if you have immunity, you won't have this. There are many cases, asymptomatic cases, that people are having this virus but have no symptoms at all, and therefore I should say it's not only question of SARS. So you can say SARS means severe acute respiratory syndrome. That's one part of this disease. There's another part of mind related, neurons related. There's maybe another part of you can say eyes related. There will be another parts of some other organ related. So we can't take it easy about this. This can affect this force. I should not say disease. I should not say virus. This force can attack every part of your body, and that's most important point to be considered, because even though everybody is not being tested, that's another point of worry. Means all governments have run away from testing generally. All they don't have either money or they don't do they don't have defamation that your country is having so many patients. No country is interested. No, but that's hiding something is not valuable. If you keep hiding something, keep something in secrecy, it doesn't work ultimately. Facts come out. When facts come out, it's too late. So that's what's happening world over. They think if they do this, they'll be happy. If you don't test people, you think the people are okay. No, that's not true. If you think you don't test people, it will work. It will not work. Because whatever has to happen, has to happen. You can't encounter God's actions. God will do. If not, you don't support God. God shall do something else. Because we are all children of God. God has to make everybody right. So, unfortunately, all of what I'm finding, people are not having seriousness about this. I have seen more than 50% people don't use masks, even don't use glasses on eyes, and that's very dangerous. They are using ACs. Yesterday I was there and one of my optician, and he was not having, he didn't use any mask. Actually, I was using mask, was alone there, and I thought I used my handkerchief on. I said, "Oh, if nothing is coming to me from you, and I'm not giving to anybody." That was answer of that person. It's what an irresponsible answer. That person was not saying, no, I was working, I just moved, I was otherwise having, but you are having this to your face covered, so it doesn't matter. Your virus won't come to me. That is thinking of that person. That person does not understand. It's not because of me virus can come to me or not come to me. Not come to him, sorry. It's maybe some of the reasons. You're putting ACs on. It can also get you problem. He said, no, but there's no other way what to do. It's hot and I can't sit without the AC. So that's what habits of people are. You have developed so much, you have adopted so many habits, you can't stay of that. It is something you are happy with everything. Actual studies, students do. So you are in that level, that small age level. You don't take any precautionary measures. You just think that everything is going to happen to me. It's a question of pessimism and optimism in this case, because this applies to everybody and this can come to anybody. It doesn't check whose face is that. And I understand that one of my relatives who was not very happy to take food, good food, that's why he's dieting all the time. Now she has been affected, so she is taking milk, she's taking everything now, because under force you are going to take. I told her, keep yourself safe, eat as much as you can according to your health, and immunize yourself more and more. Don't think these tablets will help you, or they will help you. These are just precautionary tablets. They are just to keep yourself heated up in your body. When your body is heated up, you shall be fine. This virus won't come to you. Even then, the virus can't be controlled yet. But you can say that it's not easy as well. This was. I have not too much to say because no much news is coming in, and intentionally I think countries are holding news. They don't want to give correct news, but we have to understand ourselves. Nearly, I can say, 25% public of world is going to be infected minimum, if not half. 25% public of world, now public of world is 8 billion, so you can say at least 25% is 2 billion people. 2 billion I am saying, already 1.234 whatever is 1.4 billion have been affected, so minimum 2 billion people shall be infected by this virus. They are going to be, and it's not much. And one of my sisters was asking me yesterday, when is going to finish this? After all, it has to finish someday. Something comes to this, some disease comes and goes away. People are anxious, they have anxiety when this goes away. They don't understand it's not going so easily. It has come easily, it won't go easily. Because the world belongs to it now, not to us. COVID-19 is honor of world at moment. COVID-19 has, as you can say, it has intruded to Earth. So it's not in our control. COVID-19 is in control of its own until we have some way to combat it. And combating is not easy, because it's not a person, it's not something, it's soul, group of souls or army of souls that have been working all over the world. Despite, we must understand, maybe you laugh on what I say, you have every right to laugh, but facts cannot go away. That's also true. So I would simply say again and again, keep yourself warmed up, keep yourself healthy, keep yourself fit, walk a lot, drink hot, not cold, hot milk, hot coffee, hot tea, hot water. If you take that, there's no need of any injection, there's no need of any tablet. Because your hot water, it's tablet, your sun is tablet, sun rays are tablet, ultraviolet rays are tablet. So you are having a lot of medicines, naturally based medicines. When you are taking good food, not fat food, it will help you. When you are taking less spices, it will help you. When you are taking boiled water immediately, it will help you. When you are sitting in hot, it will help you. When you are using sun, it will help you. When you are walking in sun, it will help you. When you can say you get ultraviolet rays accepted for a few minutes, it will help you. So mask is one part, eyeglasses are another part. There are so many parts to have precautionary measures everybody, and we should understand that. It's not question of you're showing the right and not using the mask. So I am not prone to that. Some people have this wrong conception with them. Everybody can be prone to it. Mask also has limitations. It cannot be a perfect one. There's another between mask edge and your face. So that can be abused by the force. So why I'm stating is that we have to be very careful. COVID-19 is not mine, it's not yours, it's for all. There are possibilities that some countries, some areas in the world may starve soon. As question of Yemen is coming, question of South Africa is coming. No money with them, nothing with them. They have two double impact. One impact is of COVID-19, other impacts of starvation. Because there are millions of kids in Yemen and crores of people in Africa. They are now subject to hunger, subject to starvation. In addition to COVID-19, those countries don't have money to eat, don't have food. So how can you expect them to take measures of you can say against COVID? So I don't expect them. Those people are poor and they must be supported by the whole world. And world is not, you can say that all world is busy. World has lost its economical power. Every country has lost economy. Economy is more important. Again I say all governments in the world have forgotten their people. All governments from one end to another end and cross one end to other end, longitudinally one end to other end in axis of the world. All governments have forgotten their people. They have left to themselves and they're just talking only, they're doing lip services, all people. Even a country like US is doing nothing, if you say now. They were doing good before, but now, so there are so many factors involved. So it's not question this country or that country. Everywhere politics is ongoing. In India, Bharat also politics is ongoing with China. Similarly, many other politicians, they have diverted attention by political intrusion into COVID-19. COVID-19 into the world, but now these political scandals, they are penetrating COVID-19 rather than solving it. They want to say COVID-19 people should forget. and people are concerned on economy. That's what their designs are, and they are political people. They are safe. They are not worried. They don't bother about people, what people do. So I would simply say, take precautionary measures. Use sun. Use hot water. Use mask. Your glasses. Walk in sun. Move in sun for half an hour, and you get ultraviolet rays. Keep yourself warmed up, hotted up, and that's what's required. Thank you very much for COVID. Now I'll move to number one. I take this off. COVID is assembling. Now I'm going to talk of management. Management, as we say, very important part of our world, engineering world. Project engineering management and total quality engineering. This is another part of. We talk of this for, let us say, some moments, for half an hour or more. Then I will take the same, you can say, in the same will take after that general specifications, and soil, etc. I'll take up with us after that, and I'll take up then. After this, we'll take up this tentative program, just telling you. We'll take up the FIDIC 2007. So I used this handwritten pages because I want that it should look natural, not artificial. All this, you should feel that we are working, we are doing our work. It's not that everything should be computerized or necessary. You have to remember those times also when there was no computer. So I'm just trying to remind that time, but you should know this also, how we used to write all this. Now question is very important, that we have to think about engineering management. What is engineering management? That's every time I'm talking. It's a big issue that we should know about engineering management, work on that. Before going further, I'll put my scanning, because scanning is also very important. So I put this on scanning, and now I'm going to open file which is about I don't know if I have or not. I'll go to the main page. I'll go to the PDF section, and I'll put down this file which is D, and this is A. This is AMI syllabus section B as well. Now this is the file I opened. This file I'm opening, and this is this is file. This is actually, this file is AMI syllabus of civil engineering. AMI syllabus of civil engineering, and this is that file. I open this file. Now wait a minute. Look close my. Now this file I opened is very important file. Actually, this is syllabus of civil engineering section B of Institution of Engineers India. And in this there are many subjects. So you can say, let me just name subjects so that you know what I'm talking about. In this there are subjects like, there are 7 subjects. There are 7 or 6 subjects, I think, 7 subs. Well, how many are there? That's okay, fine. Let's say there's the engineering management. There's in civil engineering materials and construction practices. And this geotechnical and foundation engineering, and then water resources systems. And there are principles of geoinformatics and analysis and design of structures. These are all compulsory subjects in that. And there are many options also, the structural engineering group, environmental engineering group, and infrastructure engineering, urban development. Many groups are there. So I just, for your information, give name like a structural engineering group says advanced structural analysis, design of RCC pre-stressed concrete structures, design of steel structures, structural dynamics, and seismic designs of structures. This is in structural engineering group 1. Then there's a group 2, that's environment engineering, principles of environment engineering. It says here principles of environment engineering, then environment engineering, process and management, then air pollution and its controls, design of water and wastewater treatment systems, and waste management and environmental impact assessment. Then there is infrastructure and urban development, in which transportation engineering, traffic and transportation system, town planning and urban development, and design of water and wastewater treatment systems, construction management systems. These are major subjects. Now, why I am talking about this? It's not because I have to explain to you about subjects. It is different reason, because I'm talking about management or organization. You can say whatever you may take suitable word for you. I prefer organizational system in that. This I'm taking because we are talking management, engineering management, and total quality engineering. Is I'm talking about in this. This is handwritten statement. Maybe you don't like it, but I want to recall handwritten work used to do long back. This must not be forgotten because of computers. Gentlemen, management in engineering is very important subject, because it's not because I'm explaining, because it was missing sometimes, when we are engineers, we used to engineering, there was no subject which you could say that engineering management. There was project management chapters in some book, construction book, in construction there is some management which is called project management, and they thought that only bar chart programming, CPM programming, PUT programming, that's only management, and they think they used to confine to that for purpose of understanding what manage this. But they did not consider very well about practical angles, practical aspects of management, because every activity you do in construction or in designs, actually everything is management. It's not simply we thought that we had to pass MBA after passing engineering, only then we are management people. I don't think so, that's right. Every field has its own management, just like medical system has management, engineering has management, all other fields have management. Everywhere there is some management, so organizational procedures which we call management. Management is nothing but procedures we adopt in our organizational systems or organizations of work, we can say. Now what actually I'm talking about engineering management, and that's particularly civil engineering. Let us say civil engineering, we can say father of engineering. Civil engineering is root of engineering, or you can say it is number one. Engineering starts with number one. Doesn't mean on top, I'm not saying that. When I say number one, means on list is number one, because it comes first, and it comes first everywhere, not only in certain infrastructural works or somewhere else. When we start something or project, we have to start thinking with civil engineers, civil engineer of all classes, and then they invite other engineers like mechanical engineers, civil and electrical engineers, and services, other types of engineers. So this begins with that. So my purpose is that I just apprise you about. Also, because when something is new or I feel that this is added is a good one as far as people are concerned, as students are concerned. Because let us see what it is. Now engineering management, I am saying engineering management is a subject. Title of subject is engineering management. So this is not bad, this is a good title, because at least it is going to tell you, you have to manage engineering. You have to manage something in engineering. That is purpose of this title. When engineering is not simply engineering, it is engineering management. If there is something you have to manage, organize. So this is a good indicator to understand, or to can say a mark on your studies. And this is not simply studies, this continues like practical studies in field. And in this there are two groups they have decided. They have divided this group A and group B in this subject. And group A is something related to management, and group B relates to various types of management in this. Group 1, group A says this is management and organization. Subtitle is management and organization. And then in other one there are various types of managements like financial management, managerial economics, quality management, marketing management, project management, and information technology. I like that, information technology like. So there are various classes given, but abstract is same. Now it says management and organization. In this management process, the syllabus it is management process. Definition in this is saying what's management process. It's saying its definition, then it's saying planning, organizing, and directing, controlling, coordinating types of management. So it says management process. That is a definition. What's definition of that? And planning, organizing, what's about that? Directing about, controlling about, coordinating about types of managements. What types of managements are there? How they establish those managements which were hidden before. Then this organization definition. What is organization? Planning. What is planning? Design and development types of organizations. So organizations are of many types, because in this field where we can say planning is there, design is there, development is there, execution is there, procurement is there, quality is there, safety is there. It's what types of organizations we should have in all those individual interdependent disciplines. That's what it talks about. Then go to management planning. It says management planning and control. Just like it was management process, now it's management planning and control. It requires the classical, this is classical, new classical, and modern principles. All this talking means management planning and control. It says classical, new classical, and modern principles. General management. What is general management? What is scientific management? What is engineering management? What is management? And what is system management? There are so many classes given in this management, planning, and control. Then we go to planning. Planning, which says procedures, resources and constraints, objectives, goals, policies, and procedures. Then we jump onto controls after this. What are controls? Setting of references or standards. Setting of references or standards, that's a point of control. Appraisal or evaluation, then monitoring and controlling types of controls. And so everywhere it's reaching a system that is called type. When you talk of management practices, it says types of management. When you talk about organization definition, it says types of organization. When you say management planning and control, it says again same thing. And when it's a planning, then policies, procedures, etc., it talks same thing. It's a controls, types of controls. Now it's a human resources, planning and management. Now it's a human resources, planning and management, selection, recruitment, training, retraining, skill development, competence development, promotions and career development, participative management, trade unions and collective bargaining. Then it's a management of physical resources. That's also an important point, because this directly applies onto projects. Now it's a plant, let us say. What is plant? Site selection procedures. Is site selection procedures, factors affecting selection, layout types and relative merits and demerits, maintenance objectives, different types of associated decisions, strategies for effective maintenance, computer applications. Now it comes from material. So functions, objectives, planning and control, including inventory models with or without storage costs, price break, and then it says excluding dynamic and probabilistic considerations. Now different classes of inventory, material requirements planning, MRP, material requirement planning. This is part of group A. In group B, when you say it's something expanded one, depending on further classes of management or organization. Now what does it say? Let's say one by one. It says financial management, then it says managerial economics, then it says quality management, followed by marketing management, followed by project management, and then information. Now one by one we read it and understand what does actually this subject speak of. What it expects engineers. They have, of course, when this subject exists, they must be trained. The students will learn, but actually this learning provides what type of knowledge to engineers. That's very important to see, because this knowledge they are having already, every engineer is having, but this was not given a subject mode. So is it subject mode? I'm talking of syllabus of Institution of Engineers India Bharat regarding civil engineering section B, where subject mandatory subject or compulsory subject is this called engineering management. Every student has to pass this, otherwise student cannot be called pass. So in this financial management, let us see what is that. Introduction to standard forms of financial statements, that is balance sheet, profit and loss and income statement of fixed and current assets items, fixed and current liability items, linkage of two successive balance sheets through income or profit and loss statement, funds flow statement, financial ratio and their implications. Then managerial economics, in which concepts theory of production and marginal productivity and cost, introduction to theory of firm. After that is quality management, which states what? Quality definition, quality planning, quality control and quality management, total quality management, ISO 9000 systems, simple quality control technique like control charts and acceptance sampling. Then it is about I think I missed that. Yeah, it's a quality management, marketing management. This is consumer behavior, market research, product design and development, pricing and promotion. Well, this is the part given in engineering, but actually this applies to all engineering, all productions. Project management, which is a very important part, it is introduction, concept of a project, project management concepts, project simulation, cost of project and means of financing, economic evaluation criteria of project implementation, project planning, scheduling and monitoring, project control, which are PERT, CPM techniques. PERT stands for program evaluation and review technique, and CPM stands for critical path method techniques, including crashing, project evaluation. Then this information technology is known as IT and its management. Role of information management, information systems and decision support system. Information technology, introduction to e-business, e-committee, e-commerce and integration tools like enterprise resource planning. So these are actually points, and before going through them, let me go through another one, which is civil engineering materials and construction practice, because this is directly related. Material is related, construction practice are related. This is another subject, but let us understand this also before understanding management in engineering. So now it has also same thing, group A and group B. It says introduction to civil engineering materials. This means this is very basics. If you have to understand management, you have to understand materials. Introduction to civil engineering materials. What materials could be? Stone, timber, cement, steel, plastics, concrete, engineering properties of materials, density, strength, compressive, tensile, flexural, shear, etc., modulus of elasticity, fatigue, limit, creep, shrinkage, relaxation, permeability, fire resistance. Now materials and environment, which is effect of environment on materials, classification of environment, temperature, humidity, rain, fire. Then steel, manufacture, roll sections, properties, classifications. Then cement, manufacture, wet and dry process, constituents and constitution, properties, setting, strength, durability. Classification, high early strength, low alkali, rapid hardening. And concrete, constituents, coarse and fine aggregates. In the concrete we are talking which constituents are coarse and fine aggregates, cement, water, mineral admixtures, fly ash, blast furnace slag, silica fume, chemical admixtures, air and draining, set regarding and accelerating. superplasticizing, fresh concrete workability, air content, segregation, hardened concrete, strength, hardness, modulus of elasticity, modulus of rupture, spatial concrete, fiber reinforced shotcrete, underwater high strength, deterioration and durability, reinforcement, corrosion, carbonation, alkali aggregate reaction. And in group B, what does it say? Let us see. Bricks, manufacture, classification, other materials, standardization and standard need to have standards and some common international standards, relevant Indian standards, commonly used standards to be listed with brief description, quality control, non-destructive testing and evaluation. Then construction practices, standards relevant to quality control at site, safety issues, you can say quantities and estimation, tender document, contract, unit rate, lump sum, turnkey project management, CPM, PERT, bar charts, pre-diagram, pie diagrams, escalation, depreciation. This is regarding materials. Now there's another one, that is geotechnical and foundation engineering, which is linked to management as well, because without this nothing can move. This is very important subjects, geotechnical and foundation engineering. Let us see what does it say. See, we have to understand each other, otherwise we cannot move. I'm just giving you few subjects which are mandatory, which every engineering student has to pass according to Institution of Engineers India syllabus. Now what group A says? And this group A, what says? Introduction to soil mechanics. Introduction to soil mechanics, examples of geotechnical engineering applications, description of assemblage and individual particles, classification, etc., soil types. Then geostatic stresses. Geostatic stresses means when there is no motion, stresses due to applied loads, stress point, stress paths, principles of effective stress, soil water system, capillarity, flow through soil, Darcy's law, test to determine coefficients of permeability in laboratory and in situ, one-dimensional flow, total elevation and pressure heads, piping, quicksand condition. And two-dimensional flow, seepage continuity condition, seepage continuity condition, methods of solution, confined and unconfined flows, flow nets, etc. Tests for strength and stress strain relations, stress paths, one-dimensional compression test, compressibility parameters, maximum past consolidation, pressure, OCR, phenomenon of consolidation, and Tarjagi's theory, coefficients of consolidation and secondary compression, that's creep, consolidation under construction loading, vertical drains, radial flow consolidation, etc. And strength and triaxial testing, Mohr's column strength criteria, drained, consolidated, undrained and undrained tests, strength of sands, loose and dense, and fine grained, that's NC and OC. Soils, partially saturated soils, volume changes, and that is dilation and contraction due to shear stresses. And this is group 2. These also there. So what it says, characterization of ground, site investigation, method of drilling, boring, sampling and in situ tests, SPT, CPT, plate load test and its limitation, groundwater level, etc. Bearing capacity of foundations, general, local and punching shear modes, theories, connection for different conditions, ultimate and allowable pressure, methods based on in situ tests. Settlement of foundation, 1, 2 and 3 dimensional approaches, immediate consolidation and creep settlements, stress path methods based on 3 situ tests, etc. Choice of types of foundations: shallow, deep, isolated, combined, strap, trapezoidal, or mat foundations. Contact pressure, distribution, basics of footing design, ground improvement methods. Preloading, vertical drums, vertical drains, vibrocompaction, stone columns, heavy damping, etc. Earth pressure theories, column and Rankine theories, effect of of layering water, effect of layering water level, etc. Retaining walls, type, gravity, cantilever, some counterfort, reinforced earth, etc. Design methods, checking for stability. This is group B. Now then there is water resources system, which we can just go through for our information, because that's also very important part of civil engineering. And water resources means everything. Let us see what water resources. Your dam is water resource, your canal is water resource, your weir or barrage is water resource system. Then there are so many water resources are there. Previously used to be wells and underground water. Still underground resource, C is water resource. So let us see what group A and group B states. Group A states in water resources system that introduction to water resources system, elements of a water system, concept of system, analysis techniques, issue in systems, approach, advantage and limitation of systems, approach, challenging in water sector, acquisitions and processing of water resources, data, type of data, design of hydro networks, data validation, acquisition and processing of precipitation and other meteorological data, acquisitions and processing of stream flow data, water quality and other data, water resources information system. Then there is energy. Then there is emerging techniques for data acquisition and system modeling, remote sensing, geographic information system. Statistical techniques for data analysis, random variable cumulative distribution function, probabilities, distribution functions, distribution characteristics, normal distribution, extreme value type I distribution, gamma distribution, Pearson type HI distribution, discrete probability distribution, method of movement and continuous and discrete systems problems, of parameter estimation, hypothesis testing, t-test, chi-square distribution, linear regression, correlational analysis, frequency analysis, frequency factor method, time series analysis, auto regression and moving average models. System analysis technique, optimization, Cohen-Tucker conditions, later linear programming standard form, geophysical solution, graphical solution, simplex method, daily Pearson international simulation. Then in group B, economic consideration, because of water resources, economic considerations, basic principles of project economics, demand and utility of water, project economics and evaluation, discounting techniques and benefit cost ratio method, present worth and rate of return and animal cost method, project feasibility and optimality. Then environment and social considerations, water in environmental impact of water resources projects. Environmental and social considerations, water and environmental impact of water resources project, environmental impact of reservoirs, environmental problems in command areas, environmental impact assessment, sustainable development, social impacts. Water resources planning, stages in water resources planning, data collection and processing, estimation of future water demands, preliminary planning, institutional setup, public involvement, formulation and screening of alternatives, models for water resources, planning, sensitivity analysis. Reservoir sizing, need for reservoir, classification of reservoirs, water uses, reservoir planning, estimation or water yield, hydro power generation, reservoir losses, water balance of a reservoir, storage requirement for conservation purpose, mass curve method, sequent, and you can say sequent peak or algorithm, flood control, storage capacity, reservoir routing. Then principles of geoinformatics. Geoinformatics means survey actually where is what located, let us say. This is very important for everybody. It's not for engineering itself, because survey is for everybody. Where is your building, where is your house, what location it is. That's these days people have knowledge about through GPS system, but it's not GPS I'm talking alone. We are talking complete principles of geoinformatics. Let us see what it says. It has also same group A and I think group B. So let us say just for 5 minutes what it says. So group A says that it's introduction to surveying. Also immediately it says surveying. Introduction to surveying, objective classification of surveys, Indian topographical series, map reading. So this is for everybody. It's nothing to exclusive for engineers. Now linear measurements, distance measurement with chain and tape, correction to measure length field survey by chain tape length, compass surveying, true and magnetic bearings. Compass surveying means north-south, we say local attraction, fore and back bearing, various types of compasses and applications, and detailed plotting, adjustment of compass traverse using graphical approach. And labeling, in labeling it says that's a linear measurements we talked of. Company, compass survey we talked of. Now we are calling labeling, and labeling is also very important. You must have seen on some telescopes standing on sun. This is on a triangle, three legs. That's called labeling instrument. So labeling says concepts of geode, allipose and MSL and level surface. So methods of labeling, determination of height, booking of labeling operation, types of label, sensitivity of bubble, trigonometric labeling, curvature and refraction effects. Then contouring, guideline for preparation of contour maps, method of contouring. Contour means here we call contour. If there are uneven area wherever, but there are certain points which are having equal elevation or equal level, and if you just fix those points on equal level and join them, that curve which you join with all these points on the surface or on land, that's called contouring. Means same level movement, level is same in that circle, and that is called contouring. Now plane tabling is PT, we call it PT, plane tabling. Accessories in plane tabling, that is method of plane tabling, resection method, preparation of map. Map means what we use tabling. We take many locations on certain area and we plot that one. That is called preparation of that's kind of map for that area used by plane tabling, plus by plane tabling. Then theodolite. Theodolite is another higher instrument, much more higher than level instruments. Theodo means vertical angle. In fact, when you say theodolite means it can measure horizontal angle, it can measure vertical angle, it can measure level, it can be used for so many other activities. Now measurements of horizontal and vertical angle, it says differences in vernier and microplic theodolites, methods of recording angles. Then it's errors and adjustments, accuracy and precision, propagation of variance, covariance and adjustments of errors using observation equation and condition equation approach, matrix based solution. Then there is tachometric survey, principal and basic systems, substance, bar, various types of tachometric plotting with tachometers. Then curves means the classification, elements of simple, circular, compound, reverse, transition, vertical curves, setting of curves. And then group B, what it says, let's go to group B. It is triangulation. Triangulation means purpose of triangulation, why we use triangles for measurements, and trilateration. Trilateration classification, strength of figure, well conditioned triangle, triangulation figures, reconnaissance and station selection, intervisibility of stations, signal and towers, base lining, computation and adjustment in triangulation satellite station. Then EDM, principles and applications of instrument, geometry, geometer, tellurimeter, instrument, etc. Digital theodolites, total stations GPS, principles and applications. Introduction to photogrammetry, comparison of several photographs and topography maps, definition of basic terms, perspective of near vertical photograph, scale and coordinates from photographs, stereoscopy, parallel bar measurement, determination of height, principle of radial line, triangulations, assumptions, limitations and errors. Then introduction to remote sensing system, data acquisition and processing, EMR and spectrum, auto, atmosphere, windows interaction mechanism, multi-concept, sensors and platform, interpolation of aerial photographs and satellite imagery, and then interaction. After this is the analysis and designs of a structure. Just for information, I'll speak about this also, not in detail, just titularly, so that you know what this subject is all about. This is most important subjects in civil engineering, because we have to analyze and design, then design of structures. So analysis is first activity, then design. Without analysis we cannot do, and this is not fact of engineering, this is fact of every field. Analysis is very important part of research, or you can say work. So let's say this is group A, and then this group B, it says analysis, stability. This analysis says stability and determination of structures, stability and determination of structures, review of shear force and bending moment, diagrams in beams and frames, plain trusses, method of joints and method of sections, deflection of trusses, virtual work method, deflection of beams and frames. Then method of virtual work by Castigliano theorem. Now moment area method and conjugate beam method, influence line diagram and moving loads, 3 hinged arches and cables. Then analysis of statically indeterminate structures, force and stiffness method of analysis, plain truss using method of consistent deformation, beam and frames. A method of consistent deformation, 3 moment equation, slope deflection equation, moment distribution method, Carney's method. So this is here. Now we go to group B of same, because design it is. In A what was? In A was analysis. It was said analysis, and this is design. What's introduction then? Structural fasteners, rivet, weld, bolt, design of tension members, design of compression members, design of beams, rolled section, built up sections, design of bolted eccentric connections, design of welded plate girder. Now design of industrial buildings, gantry girder, roof, trusses, etc. Design of beams, columns and column base, design of RCC beams, columns, slabs and floorings by working stress method of design. Now, advanced structural analysis. We see this. Let us see what in that. It's of course advanced means this is something specific. It takes some water because continue speaking. These subjects are just for your information to know what actually we do in civil engineering is ultimately all covered under engineering management. All right. So I continue in advanced structural analysis. In this, in this matrix analysis, displacement and force method, computer and structural analysis, brief discussion on analysis procedures with introduction to displacement and force methods, basic structural system and mathematical model, coordinate systems, joint displacement and joint loads, statically determinate and indeterminate structures, kinematically determinate and indeterminate structures, kinematically. Now, member and load matrix, and that is member deformation matrix, influence coefficients, global flexibility matrix, global stiffness matrix, local member flexibility and stiffness matrices, plane frame members, space frame members, flexibility analysis of statically determinate structures, computer programs for flexibility analysis, flexibility analysis of statically indeterminate structures, computer program for flexibility analysis for statically indeterminate structures, stiffness analysis method, computer program for stiffness analysis of kinematically determinate systems, stiffness analysis of kinematically determinate plane frame stiffness, analysis of kinematically indeterminate systems, assembly process for obtaining global stiffness matrix from member stiffness matrix for plane truss, space truss, plane frame and space frame. This was group A. Now go to group B. Stress analysis and failure criteria, analysis of stress and strain, principal stresses and strain, deviatoric stress, and stress and strain, invariants, compatibility, conditions and equilibrium equations, failure criteria, stress-strain relations for anisotropic and isotropic elastic materials, yield failure criteria, stress concern ratio, fatigue failure, plate and shells, thin plates, bending theory, thin plate bending solutions, membrane theory or shells, bending theory, circular cylindrical shells. And then design of RCC and pre-stress concrete structures. Let us see. Introduction. This is also group A and group B. Introduction to working stress and limit stress designs. Working stress design of rectangular beams. Working stress design of T-beam. Design of tension members and compression members. Limit state design of beams. Design of two-way slabs. Design of circular slab and design of flat slabs. Design of miscellaneous structures. Staircase, curved beam, lintel. Then group B, limit state design of columns, design of members under combined bending and direct stresses, design of footings and design of bridges, design of liquid retaining structures, design of pre-stressed concrete structures, design of masonry structures. Then after the design of steel structure is there, and then design of then structural dynamics is also there. I will not go to tell about that one now because I have to told enough. Seismic design of structure is there. So there are so many subjects like this, but we'll take them later on because in one day you cannot take everything. Otherwise you shall confuse. Now I'm going back on this where we started with construction management. That is really engineering management. You can say construction management. You say engineering management. You can say here town planning and all that. So let us say, why is it construction management? Again it came like this. Was something wrong with this, I think. No. Here, I think my hand is wrong here. So here, okay, go back. Okay. So out of this now, I'm talking again on your you can say engineering structure is advanced. No, not advanced. No, sorry. Where is that? This is engineering management. Engineering management. And now let us say engineering management. It says engineering management. So we are talking about engineering management. Means I explained to you many points are there. It says management and organization in one group, and it says about financial management, managerial economics, and quality management, marketing management, project management, information technology. So in one it is management and organization, which is a gross one, in which management process, organization definition. Let's say what actually it wants to say, what we are supposed to understand in our engineering management. Actually what it expects is very important point here, because we are talking about management, and management means just unlimited you can say, that's unlimited syllabus. It's not limited one. It's called project engineering management and total quality engineering management. This is unlimited one. There's no limit to this. It's very important point. When I was in engineering studies, means there was not that much. We study everything what it says, but there was no subject which could be called engineering management. So in field we used to do with engineering management. So from field, which we learn in field actually, when we learn in field, it's different learning. It's learning on site. It's learning on projects. It's learning with real transactions. It's learning with real world. It's not learning with your imagination. So I think what you learn in your field or during applications, either in design or in field of execution, when you work, you really learn a lot, many times more than what you could imagine in your university. I'm not criticizing advanced education. I'm not against that. If you did MT, MTech or ME or PhD, that is better than not doing something. But question is not that. Point rises is we learn from books, and books are never updated. There is a difference that in engineering it is development on site, not in university. What we develop in fields all over the world. We develop whatever technologies what we generate. Research is done in field. Technologies are developed in field. Every act of engineering is done in field. And when it's justified, when it is applicable, when it is corroborable, or when you can say it can be with commands say that this can be done like this, is a research part, and research has achieved its destiny. It can even after some time give you a copy of this text. If you wish, you can give a copy of this. But let me say, it should be not like that. It should be everybody, that's why engineering organization or management is very wide field. Syllabus may be very small, but its application, its impact is very wide in all sub-disciplines or all in specialized fields of civil engineering, and not only civil engineering, interdisciplinary engineering like mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, or various other engineering that goes on and on. So engineering management is actually real management, you can say. The subject has changed engineering itself. Because it was before also, we cannot say it was not there, but terms were not available. We used to do all this long before. Of course, computer has come now, so there's some information technology addition of the whatever is there. That is something you can say that just for explanation. But in abstract, everything we used to do, every act we used to do, and that was beautiful that without even having subject name, it was simply called construction. That's it, construction. And I remember it was construction foundation engineering. So they were calling it foundation engineering designs. But engineering management as a whole is defined in a different way, and that way is very important to be clear of. So when it says that management and organizations, what is management process? We have to evaluate. Who will evaluate? Nobody will evaluate. What's definition of management? What's planning, organizing? What is directing? What is controlling? What's coordinating? What's type of management? These points are very basics, and these points must be understood by every student of engineering. If you have that stamina to understand management, then you can easily understand difference in managements. Who shares more responsibility? You should come to know very easily. Everybody of us organize that. Everybody of us does it. Then we can say definition, planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating types of management. What is organization? Question is that. What is planning? There are some sort of organization definition, planning, design and development types of organization. But what does it mean? What is organization definition? You have to define. To define means everything is to be defined these days. Nothing can be left undefined. That's the beauty of education. That's beauty of formalization. That's beauty of organization. That is beauty of science. That's beauty of management. That is beauty of organization and engineering. So what is definition of organization? Without reading any book, because I don't need book for this reference, but my book is my life. My career, throughout what I learned, that's my book. I can simply say that organization, again and again I say, organization is just to be understood. There's no definition. Because whatever you do is a part of organization. Even if you make a cup of tea for yourself in office or somewhere else during work, if you make a cup of tea or you drink a cup of tea or you do whatever activity which is not recorded, which is for your personal, even though sometimes it's not personal because you're tired and you demand a cup of tea or you instruct your boy, come on, get me tea. So in that way we can say that is definition of organization. Management process, that's the process management means organize. You have to organize whatever instructions from superiors come. You are not bound of the instruction. So we can define organization is our own makeup. What we do, each individual does. And if you join them in a circuit, from who is sitting on top who is sitting in mid, who is active in office or who is active in field. All such common sense based systems be linked and definition of organization is that they have just put some chart on this is chart, this is first organ, this is second organ, hierarchy here is my chief process sitting, here is corporate process sitting, and still electromechanical and down to IC and door 4 times. So organization is your own development. See, nobody can teach you organization. You have to devise yourself actually. So there are procedures, there are many things. First organization you decide your own. Or someone decide about you. You decide your own what you want to do, what are your acts, what your responsibility is, and then you club it into your title. We call this job description, to whom you are reporting, who is reporting to you, what are your role, and at end we say this is not final, there can be whatever added depending on time to time. So this organization is not for you, this is for everybody, from top CEO down to junior, or you can say foreman. And of course labor should know, but labor not explain. If labor can't see that, how can I think that good practice? So this is what management definition of organization is. Now planning, design and development types of organizations. Planning what? Planning is very wide spectrum. Planning, when we are talking of engineering management, planning means some project which has neither any basis, which is imaginary, or some project which is there, which is not imaginary. We have to plan for both. We have to think for both. If we are responsible, we have to take care of that. That's what I say. Planning is also something which actually bases on your total experience, not only your others, your colleagues, your associates, their experience come for your project support. So you are linked to them. Then you can say design and development. Very, very interesting. So we'll go to planning and design and development. Planning, according to requirement, we have to plan. It's not simply plan, it's the start of a plan, the start of a work, mobilization of a work, and until you demobilize completely, that all comes under a purview of planning. Design and development. It's not structural design here, it's whatever design is there. How do we want our people behave accordingly in a system way? That's one part of game. Now, because this is very boring and important subject, you should understand clearly. We say design and development. What is design after all? Design of what? Design of organization, design of development. And what design we need? Design of organization means workload you have on whatever project. That workload must be sufficient. That must be done by that team you build in design or organization form. And it may be better if you have capable people in that organization who can understand everything regarding what they have to do, what's their target. And this works and they say enough resolutions in way, and then you can say in not same resolution, whatever you can say, whatever you want to do, complete details must be there. Your people should be, you can say, they should know job, and if they are away from job, they are not sure about job, then they must have knowledge to learn that job. If they are interested to learn, means they can learn, there is no big issue. Half work, or you can say 30 to 40% or 50%, 90%, whatever they can do, they should do, and they should be part of team. That's what it says now. Management plan and control. Now we cannot take everything in one day here, because this is lot explanatory and it requires attention of everybody. So when I say organization, it should be organization in a sense, it works. It doesn't mean I have organization but people don't work according to team requirement. If there are suppose 10 members in an organization, let us say 10 on lower part, 10 only. Then 10 must, these are like like keepers. Maybe one head which will be equal to management. But as far as handling construction, you are standing a rope. Original job. Whatever activity you have to do, that's right, that should be defined, it should be described, but is description sufficient? That's the point. We propose that this position has to work this minimum, but we do not know actual potential of that person who is assigned that job description. That must be made clear. If not at time of issuing job description, later on when you discover that person or you find something you can say more than required in that person then requires further responsibility, or you change his position for higher acceptance of responsibility, or that person can lead some group, subgroup like that. You may say you cannot leave that person unattended. If that person who has some knowledge, who can do better, that person accepts additional responsibility, if that person is really serious. If that person, I don't care, I just want to survive, and that person can be dangerous also in many cases. If that person is capable, and if you are not allowing him, or that person is not accepting that, then that person is a liability sometimes, because that capacity everybody has must do in favor of company. It's not question of how much you are getting, question is how much you are giving back to your organization. So this is different type of management, you can say. Management according to real requirement, not philosophical requirement. You have to manage some project, you have to manage designs, you have to manage budget on that designs, you have to manage site execution. Every act requires a management. Why don't we understand this point? We force our students to join They don't try. They don't try to do that. So management says you have to generate your will, you have to upgrade your knowledge, we have to understand. If it's difficult, we have to refer to some books or to some catalogs or those resources to find more and more, so that if you are not very successful, or you can say not extremely successful on this project, you may move to another project and you can get opportunity to improve your knowledge, improve your or to give some more help to that project. So here management organization or organizational organization are very different. Engineering management is therefore very important part. We'll take further discussion of engineering management in coming times, because in one day we can't explain, we can't understand everything of management. This is more than books, you must develop a clear understanding to know engineering management. It's not engineering alone, it's management engineering, you can say. Management engineering, in fact, you are managing engineering, you may say that, or you are organizing engineering, whatever you can say, that point must be well understood. It's only problem that we don't understand these terms, and we just depend on conventional subjects. Conventional means those subjects which we have not devised, we just adopted or forced to adopt. But now there's inventory here that we have our own descriptions of subjects, so we should be very happy with that. We should not say no to that one. Now, before going to specifications, because it's a question of management, I'll just add to this something about soil. Briefly, I'm not going to explain that in details in this talk. Just for reference, I'm interested in speaking a little on that as well. We daily speak about that soil, and let me close this file first. I'll see that one later on. Close this file and open other file. That file is, this is Qatar section A, and we have to see geotechnical report. Geotechnical report. Where geotechnical we are talking, we have geotechnical subjects here, as I said, and this report is very important in reference, because what does it tell, this report? It tells means what it does. Again, as I said earlier, that I'll just speak something on this for purpose of information. Now, what actually this report says in its introduction? It introduces about its laboratory, whatever importance of centers, and what it's going to do for this project, it's telling all that. And purpose is to determine surface and subsurface conditions, at proposed project, and physical, mechanical and chemical properties of investigated ground, in order to provide structural engineer with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundations. And what is scope is that, what is scope says, scope of work in this contract, not in previous contract. This contract talking is maybe existing in China. Yes, now scope the scope of work here. It says, in this particularly, collecting information and maps particular to site, such as public services, site plans and land use maps, and making inspection visits to site to collect information about present land use, surface topography, geological features and surface drainage. Also drilling 28 number boreholes on site, sampling and disturbed and undisturbed samples. It also says excavation of 3 number trial pits, and also carrying out 14 numbers field density tests, and also carrying out 18 electrical resistivity tests with 0.75 mm, 0.75 inch to 15. And also carrying out 6 numbers field thermal resistivity tests and carrying out physical, mechanical, internal and component. Says means carrying out physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory testing as follows. And what it says means there are so many tests. Boreholes 28 number itself is a very big job. It's very big job, boreholes, then trial bits, then you can say field density tests, then you can say electrical testing and field thermal resistivity tests and physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory testing as follows. This requirement is not in particular our industrial engineers or process engineers, which is here for purpose of teaching others. Now, what sort of tests actually we actually conduct inside? That's very important part here, which we should understand in public. We understand as engineers, but we don't care. That's also important because we too are public, so we should care about that. Let us say particle size analysis. This is particle size. We should not forget. It may be sand, it may be aggregate, or it may be whatever. There are billions of particles in materials. Those particles are varying sizes. You have to find those sizes. You have to do grading of them because of that, and you have to keep. If we have to use this material, we can transport it to our location. Or if we are not going immediately, then we said. Now, particle size means every small particle size you must know. What is that, and how many different size of particles are there? It's not possible that one metal contains equal size particles. That's not possible. These are varying size particles. So there may be 4 or 5 size of particles in one material sample. We have to find out weight of each particle in the total weight of what is percentage of that particle which is retained on this C or that C. That relates to, and we know that, and then we can say this is grading of this one. This is uniformly graded, or this is not uniformly graded. That's what we have to decide. If uniformly graded, there's no problem. So with varying size of particles, and there must be some gradient, there's some grade. We have to decide that one. There is a material passing number 200 Cs, for example. It's very small C, 200 C means metal passing in that, and what's moisture content is means how much percentage of water particle are there in that. Then Ether-based limits. There's Ether was an engineer scientist. He defines certain terms in soil engineering. Well, that term is here. And Ether-work limits, we have limits. You can say what you call it, liquid limit and yield limit as well as AR potential scheme. Then we say there is then California bearing ratio, which is particularly used for road projects, and modified Proctor density, that's for density. Then thermal resistivity and also permeability. Thermal resistivity is for thermal resistance, or it's just to what what is this resistance to flow, then that gives you thermal resistivity power. Then prior, so really is what is really crazy. Okay, then we go to permeability. If water can flow through particles, whatever soil it is, if water can flow through particles of soils, irrespective of size of particle, that property is called permeability of that soil. And if particles are such that your water doesn't flow through those particles, that soil is called porous. There is no connectivity among various particles, so there is no drain build-up where water can flow. Therefore, okay, after that you can say chemical analysis, including determination of chloride contents, sulfate contents, pH, calcium carbonate, and magnesium. Soil may have all these within it. So we have to know about that. We have various processes to know that how much chlorine was there, how much low, because if you think I know everything now and can explain to you, I can't remember. You have to tell me. Okay, then we can say all this chemical analysis we can conduct in that, we'll see later on. And oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. Then groundwater, what is there in groundwater? See that in groundwater what is there, and we have to see project description. There is a site description we have there. So this is that report we'll take up later on in very important part. We'll take complete report. It also gives something about geography of geography of general geology of area. So what is area that you have to describe in your report? You are local, you know that area, you might have done same thing. Nothing can be added to this one. So we say now it's geology of area. If you know geology of that area, you have to describe that one. It doesn't make much difference, but in formation. So there are drillings then. Where to drill, how to drill, you have to decide yourself. Or you engineers decide, and you drill that and then fall into that set of mechanism. I will talk soil later on. Now, it's just briefly I tried to explain to you about soil mechanics. We'll take separate lectures on this and we'll talk on this. This is not that is a complicated weapon. As I restarted other one, engineering manager. This is much more than engineering manager. It's on the certain thing. On top of this, you may say that soil, where is no other way to get escape from soil. There's no other way to get any escape from soil. If you do not understand soil, where you are going to found your structure, and in fact you are wasting your time, you are wasting your money. You may do whatever you want to do, you do very good structure on that, but it's not going to survive, so it will perform. Because you could not understand soil, means you could not understand strata, the foundation, how it conducts, how to behave. So that's the remote weakness you are having. I have seen people very highly qualified than myself. Asking a shame. You have to understand that point, soil, very well. And once we understand soil, in fact we understand engineering, civil engineering. Here's how it is. Yes, because soil is earth. Soil is earth. And you understand earth means you understand the law. Earth, which is secret, full of secret. Earth is full of secret. We should not forget this point that so we call it earth, technically speaking. Earth is only name. Technically speaking, earth, which we call earth, in geological terms, that is lithosphere. Before I have talked about this, but just repetition. Litho is sphere. Sphere it is litho. Actually, it's solid. Earth is solid part. And there's an encompassing, ends, if you cannot say encompass, then you can say sphere. There's another sphere surrounding this earth up to certain kilometers, maybe minimum 20 and maximum few hundreds, which doesn't impact very much on earth. But this 20 kilometers is very powerful to impact everybody on earth. So earth equal to, you can say, lithosphere plus aerospace or aerosphere. We call where air is a content, that's aerosphere and your solid is a content that is called lithosphere. Air is very light in comparison to lithosphere density because there are imaginary layers in Earth itself, not defined, just assumed. That is the first, you say, cover from Earth, surface of Earth. Surface of Earth, that is called crust, first layer, and then it's called mantle, second layer, and that is called core, third layer, up to center of Earth. Core, or you can say core lithosphere, mantle lithosphere, or crust lithosphere. Three terms you may say, though it's not given, but it comes in your lithosphere. Generally, in general, engineering is known to people only about a small thickness of this crust. Crust is assumed to be, say, 35 kilometers, or you can say it's very thin skin of a fruit like apple. Apple, eating apple, skin of that you eat, that's crust. And it's assumed that, or it's experimented that, density of crust is about 2.5 to, you can say 2.5 to, let us say 3.5 maximum. This density, living or keeping aside density of seawater, this is density of continental part of Earth, of lithosphere. I am saying Earth because Earth comes to tongue. Lithosphere is not coming on my tongue or your tongue, though it should be there. Lithosphere I am talking, not Earth. And lithosphere crust is life nowadays, because whatever we make out of Earth, if you see name itself, Earth is, we call Arth Shastra in our Hindi language. Actually, Arth Shastra, which says economics. Arth Shastra, where you get your life, your earning, you're making everything, you're buying material, you're upgrading a standard, or you're breaking something, making new. It is possible only up to you are rich. Lithosphere actually is a wealth sphere, I should say. It's wealth sphere. How much wealth lithosphere is having, no one knows. No one knows. Because we know something about crust, we know a lot about aerosphere, and we know very little about mantle, and very, very little about core. But these are materials. If you have useful materials in, even in your crust portion, so what should be there in mantle portion, we can easily imagine. What should be there in core portion, we can easily imagine. It's nothing very, important, we can't imagine. Everything can be imagined. After all, mind understands everything. We cannot defy that. Yes, it's different, we are not reached there to that level because we don't have those technologies and resources with us. We have not even gone through total of sea. We have not gone through sea bottom or ocean bottom, but we want to understand that. There are reasons we could not go because of limitations. If we cannot go to bottom of sea, then there is no question we can reach to center of Earth. There's no reason. Maybe in coming times, I don't know what happens, but we can depend only on waves that move from Earth's, or you can say lithosphere surface to internal part of, and then come out with indicative waves that it tells what is there, what's not there. What I understand by information available is the material within core is about 8 ton per cubic meter. I talked many times back in our uh, economic, earth economics, because I relate lithosphere or earth to economics. This is my consideration. I don't know why I do that, but because we are not getting anything in this world from somewhere else. We are getting everything from lithosphere. Even if we are getting food, we are getting crops, we are getting wheat grains, we are getting water, we are getting whatever we are getting from our lithosphere source, sun source, air source, sea source. These are our source supports that give us food, because food requires soil, fertilizers, seeds, sun, water, rain, or whatever we get through this combination of agencies, natural agencies, and we survive. Our hunger, our thirst is quenched by God. This means. This means surface of lithosphere is good enough if we just want to live or survive. So living is not big problem, I can say. If you think of earth honestly, we have plenty of food. If we can do, surface is quite enough, that we are not big population, that we cannot survive on that. The question is not of food, question is of hunger. Hunger for wealth. Hunger for wealth. It's also true, whatever wealth we have, gold, diamond, platinum, uranium, iron, steel, aluminium, whatever else, water. From where does it come? It comes from lithosphere. So this means if there is lithosphere, we live on lithosphere, we live on God-given food. Of course, we cook that. We sow it, and we take crops out, and we reap crops, and we then convert to eating. Eating status, or you can say eating workability, eating standards. We make and eat it depending upon what you want to eat. But basics are same. Vegetables we grow and eat them. So what I say, we are getting food and vegetable from surface, and we are getting quite good quantity of materials or metals from surface of sea. So where do we find that there is a difference in our approach and approach by Asian? This means our economics of world depends on trust now, not on mental, not on core, because we can't go there. This means economics, those who are dealing in economics, they must be knowing quantity of various metals hidden within or stored within our lithosphere. But I don't think there is any such statistics except some fabrication probably. So economics is very much part of lithosphere. And that's why I say everybody should understand this fact. They say there's imagination, fake imagination among everyone, that this country has a lot, this country has a lot, America has very good finances, they are good finances. Finance is a currency only, it's nothing. It doesn't have basic value. Is related only to value money, nothing else. It doesn't help otherwise. What we do then? We have to be very serious about this point. Economy due to earth, not earth due to economy due to earth. That point we have to understand. And therefore, I say a sound understanding of earth or lithosphere is very important, very useful, without which we cannot move. That's why I try to bring into this engineering economics, engineering management, real management. because whatever we develop because of engineering. And if you understand engineering management, we really understand so organized systems. We want go layman type. We will do something in organized manner. Though we are organized yet, it was not defined. Now we are saying we are also managers. It's not commercial manager, it's not administrative manager, it is technical manager, it's engineering manager, it's manager from in-depth studies, from in-depth realities. We used same studies before also, but we were not sure this was management or this was exclusively engineering. Exclusively engineering can't be because ultimately it relates to money. What we do by engineering, we develop all fields, and not only civil engineering, all, particularly those which are basic fields. Supporting systems are there later on, but basic physically based systems like civil, electrical, mechanical, and one or two more, which are based on physical existence of material, and that is development. That is physical development of that, and you can say that is economical development. Because if physical development is there, it means asset for nation, asset for everyone. If you construct a house of yours, you are able to construct your house, you spend money. You spend money at that time when you construct a house. But don't you remember, don't understand, after few years, value of your house is multiplied automatically, depending on economical development, economical demand, demand of public, demand of nation. Your value of house rises, theoretically, and of course materialize, because if you sell that house, you will get better returns. And this is not only for house, this is for all goods which are resellable, all those goods which are not perishable, which live long, and which we are friend for decades to come. So if that property is with you while you are taking bath, what happens? You can imagine yourself. So we have to understand engineering management linking to economics and assets. When you say engineering management, we of course hand over that delivery to those who manage assets. Operational people, maintenance people. Operation and maintenance, we call it O&M. If you understand this point as a student of engineering, we can understand a lot. There is a management which is called engineering management. There is a commercial management or business management. There is asset management, operation management. So you can say there is a sequence of organizations to run that management. They are all management. And in fact, what is management or organization? This means just to make something into system, put something into system defined by others or its own defined system. If it has its own defined system, let other items come into this system. Just like we say computer system, hardware system and software, we say that architectural of computer and digital language. There are so many systems in computer itself. This point we should understand very clearly. These are basics actually. So I would simply say this management, we call management, is very important from every aspect of life. So I will not take much today on this. I'm just trying to close this management, this engineering management, and I'll jump onto other subject, and that is what I was talking yesterday. And that's now I open that file, which is or this is what I say, that file of general specifications. I'm going to open that specification file for more studies, because this specification file is now I'm opening. General specifications. What's that? Qatar section 1 general. Yeah, I open that file now, and after that we'll open file of and in this I'll go to where I saw yesterday. I exactly don't remember. My problem is that I forget a lot. I don't care. I see so many posts every day. Why I was there? You can remind me, or no? I can myself read. Submittals he did, and so this is materials, materials. Building demolition. Yes, I think we did building demolition. So we did that. Materials, materials. I think scope, materials from AGC states. So we are starting with materials now. Let's see page 60, and that is materials. Demolition we did. So we say about materials. That's section 1, part 5, part 9, materials. Let's now. Now it says materials, and its general part is, then its material part is, and then there's other parts like its testing. So there are three points in that. The scope is materials from AGC. Let's say what it says. Scope, materials from AGCC states product data and quality of materials. Manufacturers instructions and samples will show drawings and alternate materials, honor furnished materials and delivery of materials to government stores. Then their materials, which is ordering materials and delivery of materials to site, handling of materials, and then storage of materials on site, and protection of materials, testing of materials, and general in situ testing, and nuclear density measuring devices and test certificates. And special materials like proprietary articles and systems, special materials. Now we start with materials and general or scope of that. I have to take what? In my roof also, I think there's some rubbish on that. And roof, because we also block this during rain. I brush down that rubbish. I think I should take some time on that and do that. Material, and this is here. Which part it is? It is here it is here in what is here. Yeah, it's in this part. Let me say you. This in this part I'm talking. I'm now speaking in this part. General. This is general part of this. QCS, this is QCS general, and this is, we are talking of general specifications in QCS. Now let's say what I'm thinking now, not thinking actually it is. So let's say, I'm saying, now scope of this says, this part specifies requirements for materials incorporated in works. Incorporated in works means permanent materials. Now in context of this part, components and items of equipment are to be considered as materials. What it says? Components and items of equipment are to be considered as materials. Okay. So everything is material. Whatever you purchase for project is material for permanent works, Whatever you purchase for permanent works is material. And all requirements applicable to materials are likewise applicable to components and items of equipment. Now, what it says, some materials is a part 7. The following sections of parts are referred to in this part is part 7, which is submittal, and section 2, which is quality assurance and quality control. So materials from AGCC sites, it's very important part here. Materials from AGCC states, AGCC, all materials and components for work shall be obtained from member states of Arab Gulf Cooperation Council, Arab Gulf Cooperation Council, unless engineer approves use of alternative sources. All materials, you can say unless otherwise agreed, all materials components work shall be obtained from member states of AGCC, Arab Gulf Cooperation Council, unless engineer approves the use of alternative sources. Now, product data says that unless otherwise agreed with engineer, contractor shall submit product data for all materials to be incorporated in works. Now, product data shall be explicit with regard to actual material to be incorporated in works. Now, this product data shall include but not be limited to size and dimensions of product, fitness and fixings associated with product, color and surface finish of product, dimensions and size, fittings and fixings associated with product, color and surface finish of product. The product data shall provide sufficient information for engineer to determine that products submitted conform to requirements of project documentation. Product data shall provide sufficient information for engineer to determine that products submitted conform to requirements of project documentation. Where product data submittals include manufacturer's catalogs which detail more than one product of size, capacity, etc. of same product, contractor shall clearly indicate which product is being presented for approval. Product data shall be presented on A4 size paper and electronic format whenever possible. Now, quality of materials. Now, all materials required to comply with a particular national or international standard shall be marked with certified trademark associated with organization responsible for standard. Mark of conformity of any approved third-party certification body or an equivalent mark shall be an acceptable alternative to this requirement. It says, read again. Says something related to international marking, and it says that all materials required to comply with particular national or international standard shall be marked with certified trademark associated with organization responsible for standard. Mark of conformity of approved third-party certification body or equivalent mark shall be an acceptable alternative to this requirement. Requirements of clause 914 9.1.4 shall not apply where engineer is satisfied and confirms to contractor in writing that third-party quality assured materials are not readily available or appropriate. In such cases, and where materials are required to comply with a particular standard of its equivalent, contractor shall submit to engineer test certificates furnished by supplier or manufacturer of materials indicating compliance with relevant standards. As soon as possible after contract has been awarded, contractor shall submit to engineer for approval a list of proposed suppliers and sources of materials required for execution of works. Names of additional suppliers and sources of materials may be submitted by contractor during execution of contract, but no source of supply shall be changed without engineer's approval. A single source of supply shall be used for materials which have characteristics that differ according to source of supply or manufacture, could affect appearance of completed works, could affect performance of completed works. All materials and equipment incorporated in works shall be designed and manufactured or constructed to withstand climatic conditions experienced in Qatar or wherever work is done. Manufacturer's instructions. MIs. Unless otherwise described on project documentation, use, installation, application or fixing of materials shall be in accordance with all applicable recommendations and instructions of manufacturers. Contractor shall obtain manufacturer's instructions and recommendations relating to all materials and proprietary articles, patented articles, you can say, proprietary articles and systems to be incorporated in works, and shall keep copies of same on site at all times for information to engineer. Such instructions and recommendations shall be considered to be part of this specification. Where appropriate, contractor shall make use of any technical advisory service. Where appropriate, contractor shall make use of whatever technical advisory service offered by manufacturers regarding use of installation of materials. Samples. Samples shall be provided when requested by engineer or instructed by project documentation. Materials subsequently supplied shall conform to quality of samples which have been approved by engineer. Each sample shall bear a securely fixed label bearing following information: project identification, contractor identification, sample identification including all information as to manufacturer, model, catalog, number, finish, etc. Space for approval, signature of engineer. After this, where approval of material is required, samples of other evidences of suitability shall be submitted to engineer for approval. No such material shall be ordered or used until written approval is received from engineer. Now where you say samples of finished work are specified, work shall not proceed until engineer has approved same for finished work So where samples of finished works are specified, work shall not proceed until engineer has approved sample of finished work. Samples of finished work shall be made under conditions similar to those which shall be experienced during construction of works. Samples which have been approved shall be carefully protected and maintained in a manner which shall not allow them to deteriorate. Samples which have been approved shall be carefully protected and maintained in a manner which shall not allow them to deteriorate unless otherwise specified or forming part of finished works. Samples shall be removed when no longer required by engineer. All materials and workmanship shall be up to standard of approved samples. Samples shall be of sufficient size to indicate general visual effect. Minimum acceptance size of sheet material shall be 300 by 300 mm. Now shop drawings. Contractor shall prepare shop drawings in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 7 submittals of this section. Shop drawing shall include material description and identification where applicable. Alternative materials, contractor may propose use of alternatives to materials specified in project documentation. Such proposals shall be complete with all supporting information showing that alternative is equal to or better than specified material in all respects. Use of alternative materials shall only be permitted if approved by engineer in writing. Honor furnished material. Honor furnished material. Honor furnished material. Materials to be furnished by honor and installed by contractor shall be as specified in project documentation. Contractor shall be responsible for collection and delivery to site of materials to be furnished by honor and installed by contractor. Collection location of such materials shall be as detailed in project documentation. Honor reserves right to place and install items of equipment, furniture. Honor reserves right to place and install items of equipment, furniture, furnishings, partitions, etc. in completed or partially completed parts of works upon understanding that exercising of such a right will not substantially interfere with regular progress and completion of works. Delivery of materials to government store. Materials to be delivered to government stores shall be as detailed in project documentation. Prior to delivery to store, contractor shall make all items available for inspection by engineer's representative. Contractor shall be instructed where to deliver items and date on which delivery is to be made. Each delivery to store shall be accompanied by a detailed delivery note which be prepared by contractor in a format approved by engineer. On arrival at store, all items shall be re-inspected by engineer's representative before being accepted. Contractor shall be issued a receipt for delivered items which have been accepted. A bit of light, I think better. Why to put 6? So light I'll put. Not aware. So materials, ordering materials now. Just a minute, put window also, the humidity, I don't know humidity from there. Just a minute, please. So I continue. Okay. So materials. Ordering materials. So contractor shall notify engineer. Contractor shall notify engineer of material which he is unable to order due to lack of information, non-availability, or for whatever other reason within 60 days of acceptance of contract. Contractor shall ascertain quantities of materials for ordering from project documentation. Bill of quantities alone shall not be used as basis for ordering materials. Bill of quantities shall not be used. There is a big question mark because bill of quantity along with documentation is not reliable one. That is guiding factor that only tells approximation, and if you want, you have to work out quantities by your own quantity surveys in details with the specifications, everything, and that becomes part of your system that has to be ordered. Don't depend on BOQ, that's bill of quantities. It's clearly said in lump sum contracts that's only for guidance purpose. If you want, you can raise your own bill of quantities. That happens on contracts. Contractor shall be responsible for whatever delays to a contractor due to non-compliance with this clause. Now, delivery of material to site. Delivery of material to site. I'll take some time on this and then I'll jump on to FIDIC because I want to at least finish that FIDIC part today, so that from tomorrow we can start silver. To delivery of materials to site. Now materials shall be new and shall be complete identification, shall bear complete identification. Material shall be new and shall bear complete identification. Such identification shall include but not be limited to class, model, number and type of materials. Where materials are not so identified, contractor shall furnish copies of invoices or certificates providing complete identification. All right, okay. Materials shall be new and shall bear complete identification. Such identification shall include but not be limited to class, model, number and type of material. Where materials are not so identified, contractor shall furnish copies of invoices or certificates providing complete identification, and deliveries shall be programmed to minimize handling and deterioration due to site storage. So delivery shall be programmed to minimize handling. So handling of materials, now handling is very important factor here. It's very hot here. Anyway, handling of materials. Now materials shall be handled in such a manner as to avoid any damage or contamination. Materials shall be handled in such a manner as to avoid every damage or contamination, and in accordance with applicable recommendations of manufacturers and good practice of such materials to be handled. Particular care shall be taken when handling components with lifting equipment, slings, lifting hooks, forks, and like should only be applied at points indicated as being suitable for application by manufacturer. Now, storage of material on site. The contractor shall allow for delivery of all materials and equipment on site. Shall allow contractor shall allow for delivery of all materials and equipment to site, as well as multiple handling required in works. Contractor shall also provide for adequate storage of all materials and used equipment used in works for a whole period of contract. Now, contractor shall also provide adequate storage of all materials and equipment used in works for whole period of contract. Sand storage shall be as according to applicable specifications of all concerned authorities, and said specification shall be foregoing specification shall be per applicable specification of all concerned authorities and departments. Now, materials shall be stored in such a manner as to preserve their quantity and condition to standard required by this specification. Materials shall be stored in such a manner as to preserve their quality and condition to standards required by this specification. Recommendations made by manufacturers which relate to storage of materials and equipment shall be fully complied with. Quantity of material and equipment stored on site shall be consistent with that necessary for efficient working. Incompatible materials shall be separately stored. Incompatible materials shall be separately stored, and you can say storage shall be such that any particular consignment can be readily identified by its delivery, ticket, test certification, etc. Materials which are liable to deterioration shall be used in order of delivery. Materials which are liable to deterioration shall be separately stored. Incompatible materials shall be separately stored. Storage shall be such that whatever particular consignment can be readily identified by its delivery ticket, test certificate. So, material which are liable to deteriorate shall be used in order of delivery. No, you see, I don't really see, but it's difficult. Humidity, big high humidity. Now, protection of material. Adequate protection against whatever form of damage or deterioration to materials shall be provided and shall include protective tapes, casing and like which be cleared away on completion of works. Tarpaulins shall be provided where necessary. Particular care shall be taken to protect finished surfaces during application of adjacent work. Materials which are subject to deterioration by ultraviolet light shall be stored so that they are not exposed to direct sunlight. Again, this is a very important point. Materials which are subject to deterioration by ultraviolet light shall be stored so that they are not exposed to direct sunlight. Now, testing of materials. Testing of materials. Testing of materials. Engineer may test any material. Engineer may test all material, you can say, whatever material you can say, before these leave manufacturer's premises or after delivery to site in both cases. Engineer may reject whatever materials after delivery to site should he consider them unsatisfactory. Notwithstanding required preliminary test and approval of materials at manufacturer's premises. Cost of all tests necessary to ensure compliance. Cost of all tests necessary to ensure compliance with contract, including cost of delivery to testing laboratory, shall be borne by a contractor. Should engineer not respect any materials, should engineer not inspect whatever materials or goods at place of manufacture, contractor shall without cost to contract obtain certificates of test from supplier of such good and shall send such certificate to engineer. So certificate shall certify that materials or goods concerned have been tested in accordance with requirements of specification and shall include results of all tests carried out. Contractor shall provide adequate means of identifying says that contractor shall provide adequate means of identifying materials and goods delivered to site with corresponding certificates. Alright, now engineer may require samples of materials. Engineer may require samples of materials to be delivered to Ministry of Environment for additional tests. Contractor shall provide attendance as required by engineer. Engineer may require samples of materials to be delivered to Ministry of Environment MOE for additional tests. Contractor shall provide attendance as required by an engineer to witness sample collection and testing carried out by contractor. Drowsy feeling. Contractor shall be responsible for organization and appointment of an approved independent testing laboratory to carry out all testing and materials required by engineer. Contractor shall supply full details of testing laboratory which proposed to appoint, including facilities, personnel, etc. for engineer's approval within 7 days of engineer's order to commence work on site. This independent testing laboratory shall be chosen from ASHCL approved labs list. All testing for compliance with specification shall only be carried out using laboratory equipment which has been calibrated and certified by a calibration service organization approved by MOE. Provision of evidence of compliance with this clause shall be directed from time to time by MOE. All samples and records shall be preserved for as long as engineer may order, may direct, and they should be kept and labeled in an ordinary fashion. Then says that all samples and records shall be preserved for as long as the engineer may direct, and they should be kept and labeled in an orderly fashion. Testing equipment and all samples and records shall be open to inspection by engineer or his representative at all times. Laboratory shall be provided with equipment and trained personnel sufficient for carrying out all tests referred to in specification applicable to contractor's scope of work as defined in contract. Laboratory shall be capable of carrying out all relevant tests at frequency required by specification and by rate of progress required by contractor approved program of works. In situ testing and nuclear density measuring devices. So what is that? In situ testing and nuclear device density measuring devices. No person, company, nor organization shall be permitted to determine in situ density by means of a nuclear type density measuring device without complying with following requirements. Okay, sorry, I was busy somewhere thinking about how that no person, company, nor organization will be permitted to determine insulin density by means of a nuclear type density measuring device without complying with following measure requirements. So once again I read this because I was thinking of something about storage and all that. You don't have lost some elements. Thinking also is important during talking. I have something inside to tell that no person, company, nor organization shall be permitted to determine in situ density by means of a nuclear type density measuring device without complying with following requirements. Each device held by organization shall have a valid calibration certificate issued by MOE. Validity of any such certificate shall not exceed 6 months. Validity of any such certificate shall not exceed 6 months. Calibration certificate will only be issued for any particular device if MOE is satisfied that the identified storage location of device is suitable and safe, and that an approved radiation officer has been appointed by organization. Approved radiation officer. General and detailed storage location plan is to be provided. General and detailed storage location plan is to be provided to MOE for each device. A letter of undertaking from organization stating that for each device, should there be a need for it to be stored elsewhere anytime overnight, MOE shall be so notified in advance to ensure compliance of safe storage requirements. Only persons holding a valid user certificate issued by MOE shall be permitted to operate these devices. Such certificate shall only be issued after applicant has demonstrated competence in operating device both technically and safely. Validity of any certificate shall not exceed 6 months. Now during operation of device, operator and any assistant shall wear suitable film badges or a personal radiation warning alarm. Evidence of organization evidence of organization having is available during intended validity of user certificate shall be required prior to issue of such user certificates. Non-adherence of the above requirements will be reported to relevant authority for suitable action. So we read this again because this is very important part, and probably we'll close this then for today. So in situ testing and nuclear density measuring devices. No person shall comply, no person, company, no organization, no person, no company, no organization shall be permitted to determine in situ density by means of a nuclear type density measuring device without complying with following requirements. There are many requirements here: A, B, C, D, E, F. We read this. Just the height of page. Each device held by organization shall have a valid certification issued by MOE. Alright then, let's say validity of any such device certificate. Such certificate shall not exceed 6 months. Calibration certificate will only be issued for certain particular device if MOE is satisfied that identified storage location of device is suitable and safe, and that an approved radiation officer has been appointed by organization. General and detailed storage location plan to be provided is provided MEA for each device. A letter of undertaking from organization stating stating that for each device should there be a need for it to be stored elsewhere or at any time overnight. MOE will be so notified in advance to ensure compliance of safe storage requirements. The only persons holding a valid user license, user driving certificate, user certificate be issued by MOE shall be permitted to operate these devices. Okay, so we go further. Uh, so it says of only persons holding a valid user certificate issued by MOE shall be permitted to operate such device. Such certificate shall be issued after applicant has demonstrated competence in operating such device both technically and safely. And validity of such certificate shall not exceed 6 months. And during operation of this device, operator and any assistants shall wear suitably film badges, suitably film badges or personal radiation warnings alarms. Evidence of organization having these available during intended validity of a user certificate shall be required by required prior issue of such user certificate. Okay, then we go for the next one. During operation of device, operator and assistants shall wear suitable film badges or a radiation or a personal radiation warning alarms. Evidence of organization having these available during you can say intended validity of a user certificate shall be required shall be required prior to issue of such user certificate, and non-adherence to above requirements shall be reported to relevant authorities. No suitable action. And test certificates. Materials which have been tested shall be issued with a test certificate, and test certificate shall clearly indicate test certificate clearly indicate what you say whether material has been passed or failed. passed and failed. Way to pass or failed any test or tests performed. Test certificate shall also clearly indicate whether tested material is suitable for use or inclusion in works. Test certificate shall be issued by manufacturers, Central Material Laboratory, and approved third-party leadership. Well, now we'll take up actually, we have taken up this issue in this up to 66 pages of general specifications. Now we have talked in this about how to handle materials, equipment, and for purpose of approval or purpose of procurement, how to engineer and how to deal with engineer for this material. These are procured materials by contractor or these are provided materials by engineer. Now we will close this file because I have to move to other file, that is FIDIC. I close this file. I'll open that one now. It's very important file. It's about 1 hour more I have. So I like to talk on FIDIC. That is FIDIC Construction Company. It's a red book, and I would simply say that the specifications that we have are very important from engineering management viewpoint. You can say clearly now, engineering management viewpoint, these are not children play games, these are not child play, these are actually very important files and important games we have to play with. We have to understand what we are talking of, we have to understand what we are speaking of. It's not that easy as I think it is, and it's in fact, you can say, what's that? So these materials must be handled correctly in the right way, because without materials, if you don't have materials in time, you cannot do anything. It's a very important point. That's that, yeah, that's the problem. Let me take 180 please, better. 185. Extension of time for completion, delay damages, we have gone through this. So test and completion, we have done all this, and I think we are somewhere on 19. So it is there. Advance payment, schedule of payments, currencies of payment, we have gone, financial arrangements, termination by employer, pays, take care of works and indemnities, exceptional events. So we will be here somewhere, I think, suspension and termination by contractor, termination employer's convenience, termination employer, release of retention money and delayed payment, schedule of payment, advance payment, contract price. So we start with contract price here first. Now we are doing with FIDIC. I'll try to see fastly all this FIDIC. If it's possible to do that today. FIDIC red, FIDIC red. I'll go through about material specifications now. We'll go to the starting balance portion of our studies left. Well, I don't exactly know class requirement, just starting price, contract price, and payment. I can start from there. We'll take 1 hour of this. Contract price and payment procedures and timings. You can say it says procedure and timings for making payments under this clause should be checked to ensure that they are acceptable to both employer and financial institutions. Employer may be using to fund project. And before that, let us say, well, there's variation of this clauses. I think this was that. Yeah. Sorry. Variation adjustments. Let us say provisional sums. Variation adjustments by changing cost. So yes, it was this one. I'm sorry. So we will take adjustment change in cost. Then right. Now subclause 13.7 provision of adjustments under subclause may be required if it is unreasonable for contractor to bear risk of escalating cost due to inflation. Amounts payable to contractor are to be adjusted for rises or falls in cost of labor, workers, goods and other inputs to works. For this subclause to apply, it's important that schedules of most relaxation is included in conditions. I don't know. I have very important. Let me finish this water. Giving this water. Okay. Adjustment for change in cost. The provision for adjustment under this subclause may be required if it would be unreasonable for contractor to bear risk of escalating cost due to inflation. If amounts payable to contractor are to be adjusted for rise or falls in cost of workers, goods and other inputs to works. For subclause to apply, it's important that schedules of cost indexation is included in contract and that such schedules include in formula for calculation of applicable adjustment under subclause. It is recommended that employer be advised by professional with experience in construction costs and inflationary effects on construction costs when preparing content of schedules of cost indexation. Now, a schedule of cost indexation, namely, its example here is formula for adjustment or change in cost. What formula says? Now we have to see the formula. It's written here in this specification, and this is terms of PN. PN is adjustment multiplier factor. You can say multiplier to be applied to estimated contract value in relevant currency of work carried out in period N. So this period being a month. Or it says PN. PN is adjustment multiplier to be applied to estimated contract value in relevant currency of work carried out in period N, this period being a month. There's legends are A, B, L, N, L, O, E, N, A, B, C, D, L, N, L, O, E, N, E, O, M, N, M, O. Capital M talking is small attachments with that. Capital L with N, capital L with O, E is capital, N is small, E is capital, O is small, M is capital, N is small, M is capital, O is small. So where it says now A, which is small, A, B, C and D are small. Or you can say lower letters, you may say that way. A is a fixed coefficient representing non-adjustable portion in contractual payments. Right, then B, C and D are coefficients representing estimated proportion of each cost element related to execution of works. Such tabulated cost elements may be indicative of resources such as workers, equipment and materials. So what it says, A is fixed coefficient representing non-adjustable portion in contractual payments. B, C and D are F coefficients representing estimated proportion of each cost element related to execution of works. Such tabulated cost elements may be indicative of resources such as workers, equipment and materials. Now, particular care should be taken in calculation of weightings slash coefficients A, B, C, total of which must not exceed unity. Total of which must not exceed unity. Now ln, L upper and N is small, lower, ln E upper and N is lower, M upper and N is lower. ln, En and Mn are current cost indices of reference period prices stated in schedule of cost indexation for period N, expressed in relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated cost element on date 49 days prior to last day of period to which particular payment certified relates. So we again speak this. Ln I think stands for labor, M stands for material probably. E, let's say how much is let's say are current cost indices or references prices stated in schedules of cost indexation for period N, expressed in relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated cost element on date 49 days prior to so let's say that somebody lost something. I think he lost something. Has that prior to last day of period to which particular payment certificate. Let me speak again. Ln, En, Mn are current cost indices or reference prices stated on schedule of cost indexation for period N, expressed in relevant currency of payments, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated cost element on date 49 days prior to last day of period. Okay, now we go further. Let me read again. Ln, En, Mn, because there was some question of thinking here. Ln, M, this is a big question here. This is a cost factor actually, cost variation. Ln, En, Mn are current cost indices or reference prices stated in the schedule of cost indexation for period N, expressed in relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated cost element on date 49 days prior to last day of period to which particular payment certificate rests. And then LOEOMO. LOEOMO. It's a LN, EN and MN. This is the current cost. Okay. LN, EN, MN current cost, and LOEOMO base cost. Base cost 0. L0 you may say, if not L0, M0, whatever you call it. Or LN you may get new, you may say. N stands for new and O stands for old. You may say like that. LOEOMO are base costs, indices or reference prices expressed in relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated cost elements on base date. Now weighting coefficients for each of factors of cost stated in following tables of adjustment date. LOEONO are base cost, indices or reference prices expressed in relevant currency of payment, each of which is applicable to relevant tabulated costs elements on base date. Weightings coefficients for each of factors of cost stated in following tables of adjustment data shall only be adjusted if they have been rendered unreasonable. Okay, we go further in this very important point. That's why I'm thinking a lot on LO and LO and LN. Maybe you're thinking I'm sleeping. Yes, I was sleeping. You think so? Let think, because contract needs you think a lot on that. It's very complicated procedure of contracts, and here we say weightings, coefficients for each of factors of cost stated in following tables. Tables of additional data shall only be adjusted if they have been rendered unreasonable, unbalanced or inapplicable as a result of variations. So tables of adjustment data for payments each month, year, delete as appropriate in currency. So it says coefficient, scope of index, says A is equal to 0.1 fixed. It says country of origin, currency of index, then source of index is title or definition and value on stated its value weighted. Now A is equal to 0.1 fixed, B is equal to labor, C is equal to this, D is equal to this. Now these values and dates confirm definition of each index but do not define base date indices. So contract, so clause 14 says contract price and payments. Now contract price and payment, clause 14. Procedure and timing for making payments under this clause 14 should be checked to ensure that they are acceptable to both employer and any financing institution employer may be using to fund project. Subclass 14.1 Contract price. Contract price. When writing special provisions, consideration should be given to amount and timing of payments. When writing specification, the special provisions, consideration should be given to amount and timing of payments to contract. Positive cash flow is clearly a benefit to contractor. Positive cash flow is clearly a benefit to contractor, and tenderers will make account of interim payment procedures when preparing their tenders. Cost plus contracts, under which actual cost is determined and cost plus profit is paid to contractor, are unusual and only used when for reasons of urgency or otherwise. Otherwise, employer is willing to accept risk involved if contractor is to be paid cost plus profit. Clause 12 should be replaced by provisions describing method of determining cost and contract price. As a result, provisions in general conditions which entitle contractor to payment of additional cost will generally be of no effect. Additional subclauses may be required to cover exceptions to provisions set out in subclass 14.1 and any other matters relating to payments. Lump sum contracts. Lump sum contract may be still suitable if tender documents include details which are sufficiently complete for construction and for significant variations to be unlikely from information supplied in tender documents. Contractors can prepare any other details necessary and construct works without having to refer back to engineer for clarification or further information. However, as noted in instruction above, if significant design input B by contractor is required, it's recommended that employer consider using FIDIC's conditions of contract for plant and design build, second edition. Okay, come on. Then, for a lump sum contract, tender document should include a schedule of payments. Now, example provisions for a lump sum contract. Now it says, delete second paragraph of C of subclass 8 or 5, extension of completion, extension of time for completion. This will delete clause 12, measurement and valuation. Under subclass 13.3.1, variation by instruction. Okay, now we see, let's go this way. Under subclass 13.3.1, variation by instruction. Variation by instruction. In subparagraph, delete words by valuing variation in accordance with clause 12, measurement and valuation, with supporting particulars which shall include the identification of any estimated quantities, and if contractors incurs or incur cost as a result of any necessary modification to time for completion, shall show adjusted payment if any, to which contractor considers that contractor is entitled. Okay, then we go to with supporting particulars in subparagraph, delete words while valuing of variation in accordance with clause 12. Measurement and valuation with supporting particulars which shall include the identification of any estimated quantities, and if contractor incurs or will incur cost as a result of necessary modification to time, which time for completion shall show additional payment if any, to which okay, now so much complication is there. If contractor, I don't know, wait, with supporting particulars which shall include identification of any estimated quantities, and if contractor incurs or will incur costs as a result of any unnecessary modification, the time for completion shall show additional payment if any, to which contractor considers. Okay, then if contractor incurs or will incur cost as a result of any necessary modification to time for completion, shall allow additional payment if any, to which contractor considers that contractor is entitled and replaced with supporting particulars where whenever omission of any work form part of a variation, and it if contractor has incurred or will incur costs which if work has not been omitted would have been deemed to be covered by some forming part of accepted contract amount. Omission of work has resulted or will result in some not forming part of contract price. Now, cost may be incurred in contractor's proposal. Cost may be incurred in contractor's proposal, and if so, shall be clearly identified. If parties have agreed to omission of any work which is to be carried out by others, contractor's proposal may also include amount of any loss or profit and other losses and damages suffered or to be suffered by contractor as a result. Okay, now we go further. In subparagraph, delete word including valuation of variation in accordance with clause 12, measurement and valuation, using measured quantities of varied works and replace with schedule of payments if any. Now delete subparagraph of subclass 41 and replace with contract price shall be lump sum accepted contract amount and be subject to adjustment in accordance with contract. Delete subparagraph C of subsection subclass 14(1) and replace with any quantities which may be set out in a schedule are estimated quantities and not to be taken as actual and correct quantities of works which contractor is required to execute. If contractor is not required to pay import duties on goods imported by contractors into country, an additional subclause shall be added and subparagraph of subclause, that is contract price of general conditions, should be allowed and it. Okay, now if contractor is not required to pay import duties, so fine, let's go through. Say all goods imported by contractor into country shall be exempt from customs and other import duties. If employers prior written approval is obtained for import, employers shall endorse necessary exemption documents prepared by contractor for presentation in order to clear goods through customs and shall also provide following exemption documents. Describe necessary documents which contractor will be unable to prepare. If exemption is not then granted, custom duty payable and paid shall be reimbursed by employer. All imported goods which are not incorporated in or expended in connection with works shall be exported on completion of contract. All imported goods which are not incorporated into or expended in connection with works shall be exported on completion of contract. If not exported, goods will be assessed for duties as applicable to the goods involved in accordance with law of country. However, exemption not be available for, may not be available for goods which are similar to those locally produced, unless they are not available in sufficient quantities or are of different standards to that which is necessary for works, and element or duty or tax inherent in price of goods or services procured in the country which shall be deemed to be included in accepted contract amount. Now, port dues, quay dues, port dues, quay dues, and port dues, quay dues, and except as set out above, element or tax or duty inherent in price of goods or services shall be deemed to be included in accepted contract amount. Now, if expatriate staff are exempted from paying local income tax, a suitable subclauses should be added, and subparagraph B of subclause 14(1), contract price of general conditions, should be amended accordingly. However, advice should be sought from a qualified tax expert before drafting any such additional subclause. Example subclause for exemption from taxes. Expatriates or foreign personnel shall not be liable for income tax levied in country on earnings paid in any foreign currency, or for income tax levied on subsistence, rentals, and similar services directly furnished by contractor to contractor's personnel, or for allowance in lieu. If contractor's personnel have part of their earnings paid in country in a foreign currency, they may export after conclusion of their terms of service on works any balance remaining of their earnings paid in foreign currency. Employer shall seek exemption for purposes of subclause. If it is not granted, relevant taxes paid shall be reimbursed by employer. Now, advance payments. Subclause 14.2, advance payments. When writing particular conditions, consideration should be given to benefits of employer making an advance payment to contractor. Unless this clause is not to apply advance payment, and currencies in which it is to be paid must be specified in contract data. Rate of deduction for repayment should be checked to ensure that repayment is achieved before contractor completion of works. Typical figures of sub paragraphs and B of subclause 1423, repayment of advance payment of general conditions, and are based on assumption that advance payment is less than 22%. So advance payment. We read it again. When writing a particular condition, consideration should be given to benefits of the employer making an advance payment to contractor unless this subclause is not to apply. Advance payment and currencies in which it is to be paid must be specified in contract data. Rate of deduction for a repayment should be checked to ensure that repayment is achieved before subcontractor contractor completion of works. Contract completion of works. Typical figures in subparagraphs A and B of subclause 14.2.3 repayment of advance payments of general conditions are based on assumption that advance payment is less than 22% of accepted contract amount. Acceptance form of advance payment guarantee should be included in tender documents annexed to particular conditions in example form is included at end of publication in section sample forms. If employer wishes to provide advance payment in installments, contractor data and this subclause will not be amended, will need to be amended. Example, this contract data. Delete word 14.2 amount of advance payment percent of accepted contract amount is this and replace with this percent 14.2. Total advance payment is so many percent of accepted contract amount. Number and timing of installation are these and numbers and timing of installation. Delete word 14.2 currencies of payment. It refers to currency quoted in contract and replaces with currencies and proportions percent is this in this percent this. Delete second installation of second period paragraph of subclause this. Total amount of advance payment number and for times of installation and applicable currencies and proportions shall be illustrated in contract data. Advance payment guarantee. Delete words equal to advance payment form from first sentence and replace with equal to total amount of advance payment. In second paragraph before, advance payment has been repaid and word total amount of. In third paragraph before, advance payment has not been repaid, add word total amount of. In subparagraph A before, advance payment has been repaid and words total amount of. In second sentence before advance payment, add words first install payment of this. Subclause 14.2.2 advance payment certificate. In first sentence before advance payment, add words first installment of or delete subparagraph B, replace with the engineer has received a copy of contractor's application for first installment of advance payment. At end of subclause, add following wordings. So we can see now schedule of payments, which is also an important point. It's 7:17, so we have some time. Let us say how much we can complete this. 3:35. We have 25 minutes more. Let us see how much can we move. Schedule of payments. General conditions contains provisions of interim payments to contractor, which may be based on schedule of payments. If another basis is to be used for determining interim valuations, details should be added in special provisions. If payments are to be specified in a schedule of payments, minimum amount of interim certificates may be omitted from contract data, and consideration may be given to schedule of payments being in one of following forms: an amount or percentage of estimated final contract price for each month or other period during time of completion, but this can prove unreasonable if contractor's progress differs significantly from expectations on which schedule was based, or amount based on actual progress achieved by contractor in execution of works, which necessitates careful definition of payment milestones, but disagreements may arise when work required for payment milestones is nearly achieved, but balance of work, albeit minor, cannot be completed until some months later. Figures inserted by a tenderer in schedule of payments may be compared with a tender program or if any, in order to assess whether okay. It's a payment issue, biggest issue. Actual progress we are talking, amount based on actual progress achieved by contractor in the execution work, which necessitates careful definition of payment milestones, but disagreements may arise when what required for payment milestone is nearly achieved, but balance of works, albeit minor, cannot be compared until some months later. Figures inserted by tender in schedules of payment may be compared with his tender program of, if any, in order to assess whether they are reasonably consistent with each other. Periods of payment should be long enough for employer to meet, but not so long as to prejudice contractor's positive cash flow. If countries of payment need to be specified, details may be included in schedule. Delayed payments 14 as an alternative to second paragraph of the subclause, consideration may be given to payment of contractor's actual financing costs taken account of local financing arrangements, release of retention money. In this clause 49, if part of retention money is to be released and substituted by appropriate guarantee, an additional subclause may be added. Acceptable forms of guarantee should be included in tender documents. Annexed to particular conditions, an example form is included at end of this publication in sections sample forms. Also, a limit of rushed retention money should be stated in contractual data. So example subclause for release of retention money. This is also a long document. When retention money has reached 3/5, 60%, 3/5 is 6%, yes. When retention money has been is 3/5 of limit of retention money stated in contract data after employer has received guarantee referred to below below engineer shall certify and employer shall make payment of half 50% of limit of retention money to contractor. Contractor shall obtain at contract's cost a guarantee in amounts and currencies equal to half of limit of retention money stated in contract data and shall submit it to employer with a copy of engineer. The copy to engineer. This guarantee shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives consent and shall be based on, on sample form included in tender documents or on another form agreed by employer, but such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from any obligation under this subclause. Alright then, let's say it's still much, let us see, it says contractor shall obtain contractor's cost. So this is all, no? This is done, so we will go somewhere else. A contractor shall ensure that guarantee is valid and enforceable until contractor has executed works as specified for performance security in subclass 421 if for terms of guarantee specify an expiry date and contractor has not so executed works by date of 28 days before expiry date, contractor shall extend validity of guarantee. Release of retention money under this subclass shall be in lieu of release of second half of retention money under second paragraph of subclass 14.9. Release of retention money. Occurrences of payment 14.5. In all payments are to be made in local currencies. This currency must be named in letter of tender and subclause may be replaced. Example subclass for a single currency contract. All payments made in accordance with contract shall be in local currency. Local currency payments shall be fully convertible except those for local costs. Percentage attributed to local costs shall be as stated in contract data. Now financing arrangements. What is that? For major contracts in some markets, there may be a need secure finance from entities such as aid agencies, development banks, export credit agencies, or other international financing institutions. If finance is to be procured from any of these sources, special provisions may need to incorporate financing institutions' special requirements. Exact wording will depend on relevant institutions. So reference shall need be made to institution to ascertain its requirements and to seek approval of draft tender documents. These requirements may include tendering procedures which need be adopted in order to render eventual contract eligible for financing and or additional sub-clauses which may need be incorporated into special provisions. Following examples indicate some of topics which institution requirements may cover. Prohibition from discrimination against shipping companies of any one country. Prohibitions from discrimination against shipping company of any one country, ensuring that contract is subject to widely accepted neutral law. Following examples indicate some of topics which institution its requirements may cover. Now, ensuring that contract is subject to widely accepted neutral law, provision for arbitration under recognized international rules and at neutral location, giving contractor right to suspend, terminate in event of default under financing arrangements, restricting right to reject plant, specifying payments due in event of termination. Now, specifying that contract does not become effective until certain conditions precedent have been satisfied, including pre-disbursement conditions for financing arrangements and obliging employer to make payments from his own resources if for any reason funds under financing arrangements are insufficient to meet payments due to contractor, whether due to a default under financing arrangements or otherwise. Financing institution may wish to contract. Financing institution may wish to contract to include references to financing arrangements. Financing institution may wish to contract to include references to financing arrangements, especially if funding from more than one source to be arranged. So if you say, let us repeat it, financing institution may wish contract to include references to financing arrangements, especially if funding from more than one source is to be arranged to finance different elements of supply. It's not unusual for special provisions to include particular provisions identifying different categories of works and specify documents to be presented to relevant financing institution to obtain payment. If financing institutions' requirements are not met, it may be difficult or even impossible to secure suitable financing for project. And or institution may decide to decline to provide finance for part or all of contract. Where financing is not tied to export of goods, where financing is not tied to export of goods and services from any particular country, but is simply provided by commercial banks lending to an employer, those banks may wish to satisfy themselves regarding extent of contractor's rights under contract. Alternatively, contractor may be prepared to initiate financing arrangements for contract and retain responsibility for them. Although contractor would probably be unable or unwilling to provide finance from contractor's own resources, contractors' financing banks' requirements are then likely to affect contractor during contracting negotiations. For example, finance bank may require employer to make interim payments, although a large proportion of contract price might be withheld until works are complete. since contractor would then have to arrange financing to cover shortfall between payment and contractors' outgoings. Contractors and financial banks would probably require some form of security from employer guaranteeing payment when due. It may be appropriate for employer when preparing tender documents to anticipate later requirements by undertaking to provide a guarantee for element of payment which contractor is to receive when works are complete. Acceptable forms of guarantee should be included in tender documents annexed to particular condition. An example form is included at end of this publication for release in supplies in samples forms. What is that? Example subclass for contractor finance. Employer shall obtain at employer's cost a payment guarantee in amount and currency and provided by an entity as stated in contract data. Employer shall deliver guarantee to contractor within 28 days after both parties have entered into contractor's agreement. Guarantee shall be in form of annex to these special provisions or in another form acceptable to contractor unless and until contractor receives guarantee. Engineer shall not give notice under subclause 8.1 commencement of works. Guarantee shall be returned to employer at earliest of following dates. When contractor has been paid accepted contract amount, when contractor has been paid an accepted contract amount, when obligations under guarantee expires or have been discharged, when employer has performed obligations under contract. So there are three when contractor has this three, guarantee shall be returned to employer if following things. We go further. So termination by employer, clause 15, termination for contracts default. Before inviting tenders, employers should verify that wording of this subclause and which anticipated ground for termination is consistent with law governing contract. Subclause 15.2.1 notice. Subparagraph H in this subclause is intended to include situations where contractor or contracts employees, agents, subcontractors or contractors, personal gives or offers to give directly or indirectly to any person, any bribe, gift, gratuity, commission or other things of value as inducement or reward for showing, forbearing to show favor or disfavor any person in relation to contract. However, this is not intended to be Okay, then we say, notice this is, maybe we not able to complete today also. Let us see how much we can. Subparagraph in this clause is intended to include situations, as notice, where contractors or any of contractors, employees, agents, subcontractors or contractors personal view, offer to view, direction and indirectly, any person in bribe, gifts, gratuity, commissions. So this we are done now. Let us say after termination, I think it's this is page 95. Still there is. Let us say, don't run away like this. We'll go gradually. No need of running in panic. No need of running in panic. Let us say how many pages sentence to employer. It's exceptional events are there, employers and contracts are there. There's so many points are still left, so I can we can't run like this. So we'll take time on this. I can't run like this. We have to wait. Termination by employer. So we'll take this 195 page. I think we'll stop here. No is running like anything. So you have to understand it's very complicated form, payment, and all that. So we'll see what actually we've done today. So dear friends, means today we covered little of COVID. We covered what we covered today is little of COVID, you can say in general. We covered some COVID here, of course. Then we covered here, you can say after that we covered management, project engineering or engineering management, you may say, engineering management syllabus and certain subjects. We define what the subjects are, what are the syllabuses, and of course then we can say we went on to material part, general material part of something, and of course some soil, and then we shifted on to FIDIC 2017. I wanted to finish it today, but it will be no issue. We can finish it, and that's not big deal. However, this policy considered we did it. Explanation is more important. If you don't understand what we are talking of, understanding doesn't exist. This means whatever talk we make goes waste. So doesn't matter, it takes time. The subject is like that. We are taking many subjects together, and it's important that we should understand first where we are, what is management, what is engineering, and why. If you don't understand that, we can't talk to people. We can't understand what's their scope. Every subject should be clear. Every talk should be clear. Otherwise, there is no meaning. Management is easy, management or organization or contracts or this or that. My criteria is completely different. We are not running. Concept should be clear. Concept. Engineering means concept. Engineering doesn't mean anything. If you are not clear in your concept, engineering got no meaning at all. That's very important point. If I can't understand what I say, how can I instruct? Problem comes in, we are not understanding. Communication is ambiguous. Instruction is ambiguous. And what we say, recipient understands differently. So what happens? There's a complete collapse of information. And this happens only when we are not clear of what we want to do, what we want to say. So requirement is clear concept. This is our basics in engineering, and institution which I qualified from is very strict as far as this conception issue is concerned. Better not to attempt your question if you don't understand what is the answer of what question is asked for. If there is ambiguity in question or there is redundancy in question, you have to decide if you are not clear, if you are not clear, you don't understand what you have to do, you can't do, and if you do, you waste time. Means it's not by chance that you can work, it's not by chance, it's not luck that you can use and work. This is not like that. Engineering is not based on luck. Engineering is based on efforts, based on technicalities, based on proper understanding, and based on materials, human resources, machines, which are all resources. We cannot take any risk in this issue. And if we take, we make mistakes. So once we mistake means all resources have gone. Whatever your money you spend on materials, human resources, machines, or technology goes, because your work is not useful, your work is substandard, your work does not do what it was expected to do. Every activity, every work in engineering is having certain, function, certain job to do, certain competence with others, or you can say interfaces with others. Interface, you may say, coordination, you may say. You are doing one act with another activity, then another act with another activity. So in that you can say, if you run without concept, there are certainly chances that you make mistakes. That's why we say ambiguity and uncertainty got no place in engineering works. If you are uncertain, do that. No, don't do that. If you are not clear, if you are ambiguous, don't do that. If you are not clear, better get clarification. Coordination is your responsibility, my responsibility. Engineering is my responsibility. And we have to see that all documents which we are using, it may be contract, it may be specifications, drawings, technology, or whatever, all documents must talk same page, must be on same page. If there is confusion, there is no clearance, don't move. Be clear first. It may take some time, but mistake correction will take a lot of time. You have to demolish work and do again. You want that stage? This means you are not competent to work. If there is a change in design, that's different. I'm not talking of that. But nothing changes. Your work is not right. So whose fault is that? Your fault. In that case, a lot of damages can be shared by you, because it's not simply your cost, your incorporation cost, your involvement cost. It's cost of resources, complete resources, and on top of that, cost of time invested on that, and reputational cost. These points we people should understand very clearly, that engineering is not something you enjoy. Engineering is that something we should understand clearly. Engineering is not kid game. Engineering is solid. It can't be taken for granted. It can't be taken for chance. Those who take engineering as chance, for chance, or by chance, they are only by chance in life. It's like that. If somebody says, yes, I do, and if that person knows nothing what says I do, whole life that person will keep saying I do, I would do, and he would do nothing. That is not engineering. Engineering means you do it right. Management says do something first time, and first time every time. Do right first time. Do right first time every time. That is engineering, because question of resources, involvement, If it is technological requirement, technology can't be wrong. If it's wrong, means that's not technology. If it's not valid, it's not technology. Therefore, be engineer. Be engineer, no player. Engineers are not players. They are deliverers of requirements. We can't say you are out or you are not out. There is no work in engineering that is you are out, you are not out. Either you are in or you are not in engineering. Simple. Work right or you are not there at all. This is very important. If your people are not instructed properly, your problem. If your people make mistake, your problem. You cannot say they did it. They did it because they are not responsible. You are responsible for them. If you are responsible for them, you are responsible. Simple. My thought is like that. Human error agreed, but not work error. There can be tolerances, understand. Those are available. Measurement tolerances or some other tolerances, but not what you have to do, that tolerance. You cannot say, I had to do this, but I did that. That is not acceptable in engineering. So my dear friends, this is what I wanted to communicate to you, very important one. And always I would say that you accept it or you don't accept it, that's your problem. No errors, no mistakes in engineering place. Engineering is engineering. If you want to play for mistakes, you can go to some other field. You must know where mistake is because you are doing job. And when you know where mistake is, certainly you won't do it or you will correct it, otherwise you will be in problem. Limit is okay, but more than that it's not okay. With this I close this. Thank you very much, gentlemen.